This perspective earlier it was also mentioned by panelists, and everyone is admitting that this agreement is for the buyer itself, for the seller, and for our population would be serving very effectively. If we move on to the second question.
Second process is what export capacity could be increased. Of course, in the example of Coca-Cola, we can see that here new customer project is to expand the production. Of course, after internal market is full, we should think of neighboring countries and the countries where Coca-Cola hasn't entered. It's not a secret. We have next neighboring countries. There will be opportunity to export them there. That's the efficiency of privatization. Thank you.
Sorry, and if I could turn for a 1-minute answer from this buyer side, OTP, that would be great. And then we'll wrap up because I'm conscious of time.
Sure. My very first point is that the mission of OTP Bank is to create shareholder value. So it's very important that we don't buy anything that we cannot reasonably think that it will create shareholder value. Another point is that creating shareholder value is unimaginable without creating client value and value for the country that we are present. So it's like a joint effort. That's my first point. Second point, the attractivity of Ipoteka. One side remark. We like Ipoteka very much. I will expand on it a moment later. But we very much like the country itself. So it's even more attractive than Ipoteka itself. We like the size, the development, the regulatory environment, and the steps they have made in order to make this privatization process possible. So very much like the country. As for Ipoteka, we think it's very well positioned to realize our goals. Why? First of all, it has a countrywide footprint. You know, it's very important that banking is an economies of scale business. You need clients and you need scale to be successful. So Ipoteka has a countrywide footprint. It has clients, over 1 million clients. It has a leading position in the retail sector. It has shown very, very spectacular growth in the SME sector, which is also very important both for us and for the economy. And it has very lucrative corporate clients as well. Equally important for the success of transformation is that it has a great staff. It has very good managers and it has very good staff overall. Our experience from really 20 plus privatizations and acquisitions that you cannot do successful business from a headquarters. It's a joint effort. You need local people and you need some standardizations from the headquarters. And if you find this optimal mix of local and central, then you can really create value for the clients, for the country, and in the end for the shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And in closing, really, first of all, a very big thank you to a very rich discussion, and I think we benefited a lot from the very different experiences. A few things I've heard, again, is the importance of transparency and consistency of rules with a very clear framework, and that has been instituted and will be a key factor going forward. It's predictability, also predictability not only for a transaction process, but for reforms of the overall environment, to have very clear goals, what to achieve with a particular privatization and with the privatization program. The importance of social considerations and knowing that there are a number of mitigants and measures that can be taken from a social perspective. But then stepping back, I think it's very much the commitment of the government that we heard that is key to making it a success and that we see here in Uzbekistan. And perhaps closing off or rounding off with what Mr. Ortakov said at the very beginning, and almost in a side sentence, but I heard it. It's the courage that is needed. It's the commitment and the courage that we're seeing. This is very complicated. We talked about it. There's a lot of experience. It sounds easy, but it is not easy. So I think important to remember that this is complicated, but with the clear rules, the framework, the commitment and the courage, results can be achieved, and the way forward, I think, is a very promising one. So with this, really, thank you again for my excellent panel and for the audience. Thank you.
Hurmatli mehmonlar, sizlarni 15 daqiqalik tanaffusdan so'ng boshlanadigan keyingi davra suhbatimizda kutib qolamiz. Dear guests, we'll be waiting you here for the next session after 15-minute break. Thank you. Hurmatli mehmonlar, sizlarni kapital bozorining zamonaviy imkoniyatlarini rivojlantirish mavzusida bo'lib o'tadigan panel muhokamasida ko'rib turganimizdan mamnunmiz. Mazkur davra suhbatini boshlash uchun so'zni moderatorimizga beramiz. Dear guests, we are pleased to see you at our panel discussion that is about developing modern capital market capabilities. The moderator over here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's really an honor for me here to have an opportunity to moderate the panel on the development of capital markets in the Republic of Uzbekistan. We have here an impressive panel of accomplished practitioners that will be sharing their views and experiences on the development of the capital markets in Uzbekistan. I would like to start with Odilbek Isakov, who is Deputy Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Next to Odilbek is Felix Orsini, Global Head of the Debt Capital Markets at the Societe Generale. Following him is Jan Tavrovsky. He is Chief Executive Officer JP Morgan Russia CIS countries. Next is Scott Osherov. He's Chief Investment Officer of Asia Frontier Capital Uzbekistan Fund. And finally, but not least, is Bigzot Usmanov. He's a Director, CEO of the Republican Stock Exchange, Tashkent. So the way how we're going to structure our panel today, we will have Mr. Isakov have a formal presentation that would provide insights on the government's policy in developing capital markets in Uzbekistan, including its strategy for 2021-2023. And following Mr. Isak's presentation, we will have a panel discussion concluded by the Q&A session. So without further ado, Mr. Isakov, please, the floor is yours.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xonimlar va janob.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
I will spend around 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes in terms of the key developments of capital markets, our access to capital markets, and after that, very happy to take your questions and panelists' questions as well as your questions. If we can start the presentation. While they put it up on the screen, as a background to this event, I wanted to mention one very important thought that the government has at the moment, which is that capital markets is an integral part of overall macroeconomic development of the country. Capital markets will not be able to develop in isolation. When we have $1,700 GDP per capita, which was obviously hotly debated in the plenary session as well, and when we have people's savings not commensurating to the growth of capital markets, we have no way but turn our attentions to the global capital markets. As an example, it's like when you have something to sell, you will go to the most liquid market. You will go to the most important markets where your product can be sold at the highest price. And this we use as an example as well when we first started issuing Eurobonds in London. Eurobonds, as you may all know, that we started issuing in 2019. This is following the initial changes of President Mirziyoyev's government when we first obtained credit ratings in December 2018, and then February 2019 we issued our debut inaugural dual currency Eurobonds 5 and 10 year, which is listed in London Stock Exchange. And of course, the success of the transaction, 8 times oversubscription in February 2019, gave us a lot of confidence and positive boost in terms of trust of global investors in Uzbekistan and Uzbekistan's economy. And we have followed suit in issuing another bond in 2020, but this time we also came with Uzbek Sum denominated transaction. We, for the first time, issued 2 trillion sums of Uzbek Sum development finance bonds, and this also met with a very strong demand of 5 trillion sums, also listed in London Stock Exchange. And the most recent transaction was a dual tranche dollar and another Uzbek Sum transaction. But this time we, among the region, we were the first sovereign to establish SDG bond framework, which is ICMA compliant. And we issued our Sum bonds under the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals framework. We managed to issue 2.5 trillion Sums. We also managed to decrease the yield from 14.5% achieved in November last year to 14% achieved this year. And of course, I want to also mention the Uzbek Inc., i.e. corporates and banks following suit in issuing Eurobonds in global markets. First, Sanat Qurulush Bank, the second largest bank in Uzbekistan, started issuing in 2019. And then in 2020, we had 2 further banks, Ipoteka Bank and National Bank of Uzbekistan. And of course, in April this year, Uzavto Motors came with the first ever corporate transaction, also listed in London. So all in all, we had from the country 7 successful issuances in a matter of 2.5 years. And the fact that we managed to issue 2 successful Uzbek Sum denominated transactions, and of course some of our state-owned banks also managed to do private placements denominated in Uzbek Sum, is giving us a lot of confidence that investors are actually starting to believe the currency, and they are ready to take the currency risk, which is a good movement in our opinion, as the strategy is to de-dollarize the economy. We want more and more transactions happening in Uzbek Sums. And now this brings back to my point of domestic capital markets, which is unfortunately still at early stages of development. Liquidity is, and of course, you know, when I started my speech with low savings rate in Uzbekistan, this directly translates to why our stock market, why our bond market domestically is very much reliant on, for instance, on the government bond perspective. We are 100% reliant on banks, state-owned banks, private sector banks, to actually buy our bonds. When it comes to stock market, of course, Bizdeka can probably mention more about the actual trades, volume of these trades, but liquidity is very, very low. And I would like to believe that the last couple of years of transactions that we managed to achieve, of course, has built certain confidence in international investors in Uzbekistan and Uzbekistan story. Not just sovereign, but also corporates and banks. Which means that with Uzbek Sum component, we would like to believe that foreign investors will come to our local capital markets. And, you know, having looked at the development of local capital markets of many emerging market countries, more advanced emerging markets countries like Turkey, Russia, or some of the Central Eastern European countries like Poland, I believe that it is absolutely important that we bring these investors to Tashkent so that they can trade in our local exchange, they can buy our local bonds, they provide liquidity both in the primary market and in the secondary market. There is no other way of achieving our goals if we don't have foreign investors. And our strategy, which was approved by the President in April, has set several targets for us, KPIs, as well as what we need to do to achieve these KPIs. There's a very detailed description of these KPIs, very detailed description of our to-do list, starting from new issues, new financial products and improved corporate governance, to development of capital market infrastructure. This is where I would like to spend a little bit more time, because capital market infrastructure is one of the urgent tasks that government is tackling at the moment. This is about IT, this is about hardware, basics, and His Excellency President Mirziyoyev already approved funding, already approved our plans to build a new data warehouse, and we are currently in the process of upgrading our systems, both hardware and software, which is due to complete by the end of next year. And also our information and communication technologies, which many of you know who are active in the domestic market. We work closely with Korean Stock Exchange, and we bought back in days the software from the Korean Stock Exchange. We are already in direct communications with Korean Stock Exchange, and all the people, all the companies who are actively supporting our software, capital market software, which includes not just trading but also custody and other functions as well. And we have to make a decision in terms of making sure this existing software meets the requirements of the present-day markets. Because at the moment, a number of products, number of ways of market participants accessing the markets, currently our software cannot support, and we have to admit this. So that's why we're spending money, we're spending our time, and we're hiring people to make sure that we fix the market infrastructure and the technology. Now on the legislation part, we're also working on the law on capital markets. This will be very much involving everything that is needed in one place. At the moment we have law on securities, but it's old, and we've tried a couple of times, or maybe more than a couple of times, to change this law, to amend this law to meet the current realities. This is not always helpful. So we're now working on a new law on capital markets, which will be complying to International Organization for Securities Commission, IOSCO. So IOSCO membership is also quite an important task that we have in mind for the development of capital markets. Government securities market, as you know, I mentioned earlier, the government securities market is totally reliant on banks. We have plans to introduce primary dealership. At the moment, the foreign investors cannot buy government securities, which we are planning to lift by the end of this year. And with this, we are hoping, again, to my earlier point, we're hoping there will be more inflow of foreign investor money to our domestic government securities market, because government bonds are the foundations. It's a risk-free rate. We need to have a liquid yield curve, which will help develop the corporate bonds, and which will help develop the equities as well. So very, very important that we allow foreigners this year. But over time, within the next couple of years, if we are lucky, to be honest, then we will also build a bridge with Euroclear so that people in London, people elsewhere can access our local capital markets without the need to open an account in Tashkent. And last but not least, important to educate people, not just our people who, you know, in terms of their financial literacy, but also the people working in capital markets development departments, so the capital markets authority, as well as working closely with the market participants, the brokers, investment banks, bringing this knowledge and know-how. When we establish primary dealership with the banks, we're hoping that this will drive this talent to next level, because being a primary dealer means that they have to be not just buying auctions, but also they have the requirement to do market making every day. They have the requirement to keep certain liquidity, buy certain bonds in the primary auctions, and also they will be incentivized to bring more investors to the domestic bond auctions in order to make money. So we need to make sure that the banks and other investors will have this incentive to be active participants in the market. And again, this requires not only the infrastructure, change in the legislation, change in the IT, but it also requires talent and capacity building. My last slide is about IPOs. I know that this is a hot theme, which DPM Kuchkarov also mentioned in the opening plenary. This is the list of 15 companies already approved by the presidential decree, IPOs and SPOs, because some of them already listed in Tashkent Stock Exchange. In terms of bringing them initially to local capital markets, it's important that our blue chips who are either already listed, they come and sell substantial shares, but with the market liquidity limited, we also would like to explore dual listing potentially in other foreign markets. To my earlier point, we need to sell our assets where the liquidity is abundant, where we have a strong demand from investors to achieve the best price possible for our assets. And therefore, we will be focusing on some of the large blue chips in terms of bringing their corporate governance and other standards to the level which can meet the requirements of the large, obviously, stock exchange like London Stock Exchange or others. And this is going to be an important part of the transformation process. So even those banks or companies where we would like to keep majority state ownership, IPO is a way of upgrading their management, corporate governance, the way they're doing business, the efficiency, and allowing us to manage the company with a private sector mentality in mind. So this is a quite important purpose from the IPO process. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I would ask the moderator to start the discussion, please.
Mr. Sacco, thank you very much for your extensive presentation describing, highlighting the key elements of the government policies and strategies in developing corporate Uzbekistan capital markets. So I will have a number of questions for you, and perhaps I will start with the several questions to other panelists, and then we can come back to you, and then we can go and describe. I have interest, and a number of people in the audience have interested in hearing more details about the IPOs and the plans for developing domestic capital markets. So my first question to Felix, your bank, you are global head of the DCM, Debt Capital Markets at Société Générale. Société Générale is very active in helping sovereign issuers and corporate issuers around the world to issue bonds in international capital markets. How was your experience with the Uzbek government and in terms of it had its first foray into international capital markets? What was the feedback from the investors that participated in this bond issuance? And Mr. Sakos was saying that there were 7 successful bond issuance. The fact that there was the spread tightening and the positive returns for investors, I'm sure they must be happy with their investment so far. And it would be interesting to hear your views, your and your clients' views about Uzbekistan as a sovereign issuer in international capital markets and more corporate issuers as they will come to the markets.
Thank you very much for the question. The beauty of debt capital markets is that it's public, it's transparent. Odilbek already mentioned a few impressive numbers in terms of the first transaction that was 8 times oversubscribed. I would like myself to come with a few numbers which I think are important to understand where we are starting from in terms of how investors are supporting the credit story of Uzbekistan. First of all, on the first transaction, one number that struck me is that we had 150 investors involved. This is a level of granularity that we see in many sovereign bonds in Europe of comparable size. So you can see that the attraction of the investor community, the interest was very wide from the first transaction. On the second transaction, as you mentioned, there was for the first time Uzbekistan tranche introduced, and Société Générale was the book runner of this transaction, so I had the privilege to look at the order book, and in particular the order book of the Uzbekistan tranche. It's impressive. 2/3 were sold in Europe and 45% in continental Europe. And this is important because the continental Europe investors are not always the most, they're a bit more risk adverse than UK or US investors, a bit less yield driven and very driven by the credit story. They participate if they believe that it's not a one-off, it's a long-term journey on which they want to embark. And looking at the granularity of the order book, we had accounts from the Nordic region, we had very large fund managers, insurance companies from France, we had most of the big players in Germany, Austria, some accounts in Italy. So again, a granularity that showed from this first Uzbekistan tranche a very strong support. Another number that struck me is that in this second transaction, you mentioned the spread tightening. The spread tightening on the dollar tranche was 55 basis points. So for non-specialists, I need to give a bit more color to that. It means that the final pricing of the transaction was 30 basis points below the existing curve. Usually you give a premium to investors to participate in the bond. Here it was the reverse. Investors were ready to pay a premium versus existing bonds to participate to this new offering. The message was that they realized with the communication made around this new transaction that the credit story of the country was so strong that the current bonds were not properly priced. So all the curve was repriced. And the third transaction was similar to the second one in terms of 2 tranches, but both sides were increased, which shows again more diversity, more support from the investor community. So we're starting from a good base. The investors are supporting everything that the government is doing. Now, if we look at the future, one could argue that the easiest part has been done. Now it's a journey. It's a long journey. For international investors, the basics to be attracted by the Uzbek capital markets, it's been commented a lot, and you commented yourself it very well. It's the regulatory framework. It has to be transparent, clear. I would insist on the ease of doing business, facilitating opening account, obtaining licenses, registrations. I come from France. I can tell you that very mature stock exchanges in Europe and in France are still working on that and have still some progress to do. It's a never-ending fight, but it's a very important one. This is the basic layer. Then you have obviously the technical aspects that you commented as well, opening and interconnecting with larger platforms like Euroclear, Clearstream. This is key. And if we look at the experience of other countries like Czech Republic, Turkey, Poland, we see also the importance of developing a local demand market. I know it's a tough and long time journey. It's not that easy to develop savings. It's also important that it diversified demand, not only relying on banks, but to some extent also on funds and longer dated interested investors. But that's also a very important objective, and the plan on prioritizations is obviously very key and critical to develop that. So, and something, because I'm European and French, something I want to insist on, but we can come back to it a bit later, is ESG. A lot of investments on the country are in green investments. This is something that will become critical. In Europe, already 25% of the transactions are SDG, social, or green linked, but 100% of the issuers are screened by investors according to ESG criteria, and it's developing very quickly. So that's a major theme. And sorry, I've been a bit long, but last thing I want to mention, very important for investors, diversification. The government is showing the way again with dollar tranche, Uzbek Sum tranche, SDG linked use of proceeds for the Uzbek Sum tranche. The investors need to see more diverse issuers, and again, things are developing in the right way, corporates, banks accessing the market. And for all of them, regular communication, because again, it's a long-term journey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arsini. So I have a question now to Mr. Tavrovsky, and Mr. Arsini just mentioned about green finance, and this is obviously the hottest topic in the finance globally, and we'd like to ask you how to describe the latest trend in this area, and the related question would be then what would be relevant points for the government of Uzbekistan and the corporate issuers in terms of increasing investor demand for ESG instruments?
Okay. Thank you, Alisher, and good morning, everyone. I think my colleague Felix Arsini from SocGen already touched on the topic of the ESG related financings, and I mean, clearly this is, I agree, a very hot topic, and frankly, to be kind of blunt about it, if you are not compliant with the best ESG practices, you sort of don't care about reduction of the greenhouse gases, or you don't conduct your business in a socially responsible way, or don't employ the best corporate governance practice in your business, and frankly, the chances are very soon, and sooner than most people think, you'll be shut out of international capital markets. More than 3,000 investors signed up to the principle of responsible investments, I think, since the year 2000, effectively, committing to use ESG principles and assessment of companies in which they invest sort of when they make assessments of the investments, they have to look at the ESG as a key ingredients, and more than half of the assets under management of those people are now in ESG related funds. I mean, the growth has been exponential. I think last year we had over 50 trillion assets globally being in ESG related funds, both equity and debt. Will be over 100 trillion, I think, by the end of 2022. 2020 we saw $400 billion issued in ESG related securities. Almost 10% of all bonds, I think, outstanding, 1.7 trillion. I heard a number in ESG related bonds. Obviously, it is going to continue. The growth is exponential. The fact that the Republic of Uzbekistan was the first sovereign issuer out of the region, out of the CME region of SDG compliant bonds is very significant. We were proud and honored to be part of this transaction. As Mr. Isakov said, it was very successful. The way it worked, basically the government committed that the funds that they raised as a result of this transaction would be used for specific purposes that are SDG compliance, whether it was access to healthcare or education or projects aimed at reducing of pollution or wastewater management and so forth. I mean, clearly, that was very welcomed by investors, and as evidence, obviously, was partly due to that fact. We saw very large demand. The amount was larger than the previous bond. The coupon was lower from, I think it fell from 14.5% that we saw in November 2020 to 14% in July, and obviously it was a great deal that will be continued. I mean, to answer your question, I share about sort of the lessons and what other potential issuers should do and what they should think about. I mean, clearly, this is a market that will continue to develop. It's a win-win situation. Obviously, investors want more SDG compliant issues out there. Issuers also would want to diversify the investor base and ultimately reduce the coupon and the cost of borrowing. It may not be seen right now. When we're talking about 5, 10, 15 basis points of coupon reduction that we see generally across the board, but this is going to kind of widen over time. And the way to think about it, obviously, we are in a place not just in Uzbekistan but in other sort of CIS countries and CME countries, where there are quite a large number of carbon-intense industries and issuers, and a shortage, frankly, of green projects. Obviously, there is a range of ESG instruments that one can issue, from green bonds, where the use of proceeds is defined and limited to specific green projects, to social bonds, to SDG compliant bonds, as the Republic has recently done. But if you are in a carbon-intense industry A and B, you don't really have good green or transition projects to use the proceeds of this issuance for, then there is a sort of a new instrument which is gaining in popularity, is sustainability linked bonds, where the coupon is really linked to specific KPIs that typically related to reduction of CO2 emissions. In compliance with the Paris Agreement, obviously, to net zero by 2050, but also with intermediate sort of KPIs, and then depending on the ability of an issuer to achieve these targets, coupon will either stay, the same sort of intact from the day of issuance, or goes up by 25 basis points or potentially even higher. So the investors don't like to get reduced coupons, so they'd rather sort of make the issuer pay more in case they don't comply with their targets. And so the way to think about it, for a company, what is important is to develop a framework and a policy of climate sort of change and management that would be in compliance with the Paris Agreement. Typically, investors would expect you to commit to reduce your net zero emissions to zero by 2050. Then you need to establish certain targets and KPIs, which according to the ISMA, International Capital Markets Association, have to be scientifically proven, but also ambitious. So the trajectory of your greenhouse emission reduction should be in line with your ultimate objective of achieving a net zero emissions by 2050. And then obviously you need a third-party opinion provider, like in case of Uzbekistan was Sustainalytics. There are a couple of other consultants and opinion providers, who help people to verify their objectives. So, can talk, a lot more about it. Appreciate that, there are other people and other questions that Alisher has. But obviously, this is a booming market, developing. We will be seeing more and more of the issuance and demand. And so I think the best advice to corporate issues or future corporate issues is to start thinking about it as early as possible and start preparing their companies to a time where, frankly, it would be not just a good to have, but potentially must have situation for them to have most efficient access to international capital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tavrovsky. Now, after we have these views from the two global banks, I would like to have now turn to Mr. Asharov, who has an interesting position of being focused on the domestic capital markets, especially equities. So far, we've been talking about mostly fixed income, debt, and Mr. Asharov's firm, Asia Frontier Capital, is primarily focused on equity investments in frontier markets. And based on your published writings, I know that you're super bullish on Uzbekistan. And so I have a question for you. Why you so bullish on particularly Uzbekistan domestic equity markets? And the related question is, since you have also spent a number of years living and working in other frontier markets in Asia, including in Mongolia and Myanmar, where we actually met before and interacted. I would like to ask you, what are your investors' views about how your frontier market investors view Uzbekistan when you compare that to peer groups, peer countries in the region, and you also, obviously, your personal experience in Uzbekistan, since you have now a badge of honor of living in Uzbekistan throughout the entire period of COVID, which is, I found quite impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Alisher. Good morning, everyone. So why are we so bullish on Uzbekistan? I first came here in 2018, May of 2018, and at the time, the listed equities market was exceptionally nascent. It's actually grown quite a bit in terms of activity since, but it's still small. But you had companies that were growing at 500–600% year over year. Their profits, they were trading with dividend yields of up to 50% in some cases, and they were trading at PEs of 1 or 2 times. And we looked at the transformation that was going on and said, this could be a Vietnam-esque type situation. I mean, this country has a relatively diversified economy, large number of SMEs in the economy, and it has big services industry. It's the horticultural breadbasket of the region. It should be a very large textile manufacturing center. And of course, it's buttressed by a large amount of commodities, specifically, gold, among others. So looked at everything that was happening and said, if this transformation continues, there's something very special that's going to happen here. And being that we're a listed equities focused investment manager, that's why we are very focused on the equities market here. And what really excites me looking forward is that what I think will transpire. So my thesis for this market is that you sort of have a three-phased development process of the capital markets. The first one happened when we came here, and no one really cared about the capital markets. And you've had this initial re-rating from equities which should have never been so cheap to now really just deep value and buttressed by very, very high growth among a lot of the listed companies. And this phase two transition I look at is the privatization of SOEs through SPOs and IPOs, first in the public market and then via dual listing, simply because the size of a lot of these SOEs are not able to properly be privatized here fully. But nonetheless, I really hope that this country has learned from some of the mistakes of other former Soviet satellites and doesn't immediately list companies in London for the sake of easy privatization, because I think a very easy way to develop the capital markets here, which is, in my view, my biased view, necessary, is that local companies here have issues with getting financing because the cost of capital at banks is very high, collateral is high, and a lot of them therefore don't have debt, and the capital markets would be a natural way for them to grow their businesses via getting a new avenue to access to capital. And I think that the very big key over the next few years is state-owned privatizations domestically. And one, figuring out how do we get 100,000 new brokerage accounts open in this country, of which 99,500 of them need to be Uzbek brokerage accounts. It's, in my view, very important that Uzbeks are able to participate in the privatization of the assets of this country. And that will nonetheless attract foreign investors as well, such as ourselves and others, and create an ecosystem here, which again is nascent but growing. And hopefully that creates the foundation for private sector companies to then explore the capital markets here, which a lot of them are interested, but they're lying in wait. So that's why we're so bullish on Uzbekistan. And again, the past few years have been very exciting for us, but I think that we're just getting started with the reforms that have been underway. And again, we're playing it through the equities market. In terms of our investors' interest, the challenge is understanding Uzbekistan. A lot of investors are increasingly interested by our performance, but the key, which all of you here today are a part of, is coming to Uzbekistan. Understanding this country through its macro numbers and whatnot is one thing, but coming here and experiencing the country is very different. I've lived in Mongolia, Burma, Vietnam, Cambodia, and this country has very much surprised me. It's bar none, the easiest place to live, but also in terms of the hospitality of the people, the infrastructure is actually quite impressive, and there's a great foundation that the economy already has. And one great way to get people excited about this country is to have them come here. So yeah, investors are increasingly interested when they come here. It's a very easy sell, but nonetheless, there's a lot happening in this country, and I'm very optimistic on the future.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Asharaf. Now I have a question for Mr. Usmanov. He's CEO of Tashkent Stock Exchange, a critical institution. It's a cornerstone market institution, and has been around since 1994. And only in the recent years, there has been more dynamism in its development. So I would like to ask Mr. Usmanov to provide a brief overview of the exchange and the recent developments and the outlook for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Your question. As you mentioned, the Republic stock exchange Tashkent established in 1994, and at that time the stock exchange was created for helping to privatization processes. And now we trying to make our exchange a full-fledged platform for attracting the financial resources for real sector of economy. And I would stop in our figures to more understand our acting. So we have currently 205 instruments of 145 issuers, and including the 8 corporate bonds. I can say the major market in our exchange is equity market. And if you if we see the results of last 5 years, our market capitalization increased by 2 times, from 2.6 billion to 6.1 billion, and number of transactions and volume of transaction is increased by year. And if we see the results of 2016, the number of transactions was only 3,000, and the volume was 300 billion sums. But for 8 months of this year, the number of transactions increased to 42,000, over the 42,000, and volume is approximately 1 trillion sums. But as I said, as Mr. Isakov said, it is a very low figures for local capital market, and we should understand our free float level is very low. It is approximately 5%. Why we have such low figures? Because in our listed companies we have more than 18% of state shares. So that's why we should attend to privatization processes. And yes, in last 2 years, we had some privatizations of state assets. It is 20 packages of state shares we sold for $20 million US, and we have now 34 packages. Now there are the 34 packages to sell with the starting cost and $100 million. And as mentioned, Mr. Oshrov, our potential is very high. We can see we can compare with commercial deposit percentages with equity capital gain potential. So we had the profitability from price changes of most active trading instruments amounted to the 40% in 8 months, 40%. But you can see the commercial banks deposit percentages below the 22%. So we have a big potential. And as mentioned, Mr. Oshrov, that 3 years ago we have only 3 instruments with liquidity, but now we can see the 10 to 15 instruments, and they participate every day in trading. So, and another thing, we had 4 IPO and SPOs during the last 3 years. And it was very small packages and pilot basis. And but we had a new accounts. It was more than 10,000 accounts. I can say they are the new investors, and I think it is very important to carry out the prioritization through the IPOs and SPOs because we will give to market the liquidity. We will give the chance to people to participate in prioritization process, and we will give the chance to get the benefits from the reforms on a development capital market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osmanov. Before I solicit questions from the audience, I have 2 quick questions for Mr. Sakov. First is related to the integration of Uzbekistan with the international capital markets. When we talk with investors, international investors about Uzbekistan and investing in the domestic capital markets, the first question they ask about whether Uzbekistan is connected to Euroclear or Clearstream. And would like to ask, are there any concrete discussions you have with those organizations, and when can we expect Uzbekistan to be connected? And that way, obviously, would pave the way for much more active participation of international investors in the domestic capital markets. And the second question is about the introduction of the new instruments in the Uzbekistan capital markets, including what we heard recently, possible sukuk issuance by the government. And you mentioned in your recent speech that the government interested in introducing ETFs and other instruments to really give the momentum for the development of the market. If you can elaborate more on those initiatives. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Euroclear, I mentioned in my presentation as well. It's a KPI, something that we want to get connected. We already have a couple of discussions with Euroclear, and obviously they have set of requirements in terms of connecting with the clearing systems or central depositories of banks. And we are currently, our development program that we're implementing also aims to make sure that market reach to the level when Euroclear will be comfortable to connect. I think 2 to 3 years is a very aggressive timeline, in my opinion, because in some countries, you know, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Georgia. In Ukraine's case, I heard it was shorter, but in other cases, it took them 5 to 7 years to connect. So we're trying our best to make it happen as soon as possible, because this way we can attract more liquidity directly to the market. Yeah, it's mostly infrastructure related, domestic liquidity related, and also to Felix's point of developing a local investor base. Somebody, you know, when it comes to large events, when EM's emerging market asset class sells off, foreign investors usually take their money out of emerging markets. That happens time and time and time again. And domestic investors should step in. And for us to have a lot of foreign investors but not enough domestic investors will mean that Uzbekistan's market will be susceptible to these global shocks, which has nothing to do with Uzbekistan. If there is, I don't know, something global happens, when COVID happened, we had a sell-off. If there's oil price shocks, there's a sell-off. There's a lot of reasons for the market to be bearish overnight, and people start leaving the positions. So we need to make sure that it goes hand in hand with developing our local investor community so that they can step in. At the same time, we need to also think about the implications to currency markets, because such fluctuations, like we see in Turkish lira, for instance, every time there's an EM sell-off, Turkish lira sells off as well. We cannot allow Uzbek sum to be, going up and down in those percentages because the economy is not ready. So from that point of view, in terms of maturity, our market is still very young, despite the successes that Big Zataka mentioned. For us to be properly connected and properly sort of absorbing the shocks or potential shocks of that connection, we need a bit of time. So that's why 2 to 3 years, I think, will be good for us to build the infrastructure that I mentioned, the laws, ensure that our banks and other investor community will have more experience, especially I have high hopes on primary dealership, to be honest. I'm even thinking of, I don't know, introducing fees for auctions. This is very, very early stage, but this is also one of the, I would say, ideas to incentivize banks and other investors to participate in auctions. Yeah? But this is something that we're thinking. In terms of other products, you mentioned ETFs. Also in our roadmap, we have to, it's gold ETFs is an easy one because, central bank is selling gold. Every week, central bank fixes gold prices and it sells coins, gold coins or ounces of gold. And from my central bank's colleagues, I heard that there's a good demand for gold as an asset. So people buy gold and keep it at home, right? Or bank deposit cases. So gold ETF is another way of introducing, another way of attracting those people to the capital markets. If they want to buy gold, they can probably be open to buy gold ETFs as well. But on the other hand, again, we need to do more about financial literacy. As any regulator, we have to keep our retail investors very secure. So we need to have, we'll have to work more with brokers and others who are selling their products and services in capital markets. We need to ensure that retail investors are very well protected. Yeah? So there needs to be certain, which will probably include in capital markets legislation, certain thresholds, certain hurdles, so that these guys can invest, can get retail money to capital markets. Because people start asking me questions: what if gold prices fall? What happens? Will the state compensate? Of course. I mean, we need to have this sort of understanding that volatility in capital market is normal, which again, back to basics. And therefore, yes, we have plans to introduce new products into the market, but we will also be a very responsible regulator, especially when it comes to the savings of our people.
Thank you. Now, in interest of time, we only have 1 or 2 questions that we can field from the audience. And raise your hands if you have questions to our panelists. We have. Can we have the microphone? Bring to Karen. Can we bring the microphone to Tahorake? He has also a question.
My question is in Russian. My question is to Jan and to Scott. What do you think globally at the well-developed markets, they allow access for foreign securities to the capital markets? Do you think we need to open access to foreign securities to the local market? And the question for Jan, the banks, do you consider presence or establishment of some joint ventures or daughter companies and later working with Uzbekistan through some central office maybe? I am a regional director of the central bank. Couldn't hear well, sorry.
Question that Karen asked. I think, Karen, if I understood you correctly, you asked about the risk management of institutional investors. Is that right? Okay. I will take this, and perhaps someone else may also add. Institutional investors, we have mainly banks. Pension fund is unfortunately not around, not yet. It may come, it's at a later stage, but possibly it will be restricted from certain investments because it's a pension money. We need to make sure there's liquidity and quality there. And third is insurance companies. Mutual funds, I'm not sure, it's something that we need to explore. So around 4 or 5 asset classes institutionally. And of course, foreign investors, which obviously some of you market participants have already brought. Now, in terms of banks, my strategy, I mean, they are by far the largest, I mean, they're 100% investors in my government bonds. So with the primary dealership, I'm hoping to spur some activity. You know, have professional traders, have trading lines opening up, so that they get the sense of trading activity and understand that and manage the risk this way. But when it comes to the others, unfortunately, we still lack this risk management mentality. Why is that? Again, because at some point we need to understand that you know, with ups and downs that happens in the market, and Begzateke is saying that the market is returning 40% within the first 8 months of the year. This is not going to happen all the time. It's happening because of 1 or 2 one-off events, 1 or 2 privatizations, or 1 or 2 sales of assets when assets are shooting up. I was told Uzbekistan shares went up by nearly 100% year on year.
More than 100%.
Yeah, so again, this is not healthy. As a regulator, I want to protect the market from this kind of sudden shocks. Because if somebody buys a stock for 120,000 per share, again, Uzbekistan example, great company. I also sit in the supervisory board. However, they also, their share prices went up because metals went up globally. What if the metals go down next year, right? What if the metal prices go down, and what if they lose market share? There's a lot of risks which are attached to a specific company. Again, this is nothing, it's not a criticism, or it's not a analysis or buy or sell recommendation from the regulator. Please don't take it. All I'm saying is that our market and our market participants, from what I observed, is unfortunately not doing their job properly, and pushing the prices higher. And there's more speculative demand than there's actual demand. There's not much buy and hold in our market. And that's why in my earlier speech I said the market is at its infancy. And therefore we need to build more and more safeguards when it comes to sudden shocks, when it comes to protecting certain types of investors. Retail will be protected for sure. Pension fund will be protected. Insurance companies, I mean, I spoke to them and they like dollar linked assets, which we're not yet prepared to do, but something we can consider if insurance wants that. We as a regulator are very much open to ideas that's coming from the market. But it has to be within the limits of, again, ensuring the market integrity, right? We don't want sudden shocks and sudden price change, insider dealings, other types of market abuse. We will be very tough on that, and we want to make sure that we will raise the bar very high for market participants, the brokers, the market makers, and other market participants, so that they need to meet certain criteria, both technical and compliance, to be able to trade in the market. And without proper market integrity, we will not be able to attract substantial investors in the market. So, again, perhaps this is not a full answer to your question, but this is sort of the view that we have in mind with my colleagues at the Capital Markets Authority. And I think that with the capital markets legislation that we're working, and we are also discussing with many other regulators, including in Europe, in the US and others, to make sure that the law is very robust and something that captures a lot of potential issues. Thank you.
Yeah. Felix, you would like to cover the question?
Yeah, I'll do 30 seconds because the question was also on liquidity. I just want to pass the message that in fixed income, it's very difficult to conciliate buy and hold investors, which, as you mentioned, are key to absorb shocks, and liquidity. In Europe, very often, we cannot allocate much hedge funds because the demand from buy and hold investors is so huge that there's not much left for hedge funds. This is not great for liquidity, but again, it's the objective of most issuers that they have investors that are there for the long term and that can absorb shocks. This is for the market. In general, government bonds is different, and I think the solution for liquidity, and in particular for the government bonds, is banks. We are often criticized of not providing enough liquidity, but I think we are the only ones that are really trying and making the effort. And your point on primary dealers is a very important one. Again, taking examples in Europe, there are very large countries like Italy, like Belgium, that are giving fees to banks to make this program work. But again, the message of liquidity, I think people have to understand that it's not easy in the fixed income market, obviously I'm not commenting for equity, to conciliate liquidity and buy hold investors.
Scott, you want to take the first question about the international securities being offered in Uzbekistan, as I understand the question? To what extent do you think this is feasible?
Well, I'm biased and would say that the priority of people investing in Uzbekistan, Uzbeks as well, should be to invest in Uzbek equities because the market here is very cheap. I'm an adjunct professor. I was an adjunct professor at 2 separate universities where many students were asking me during classes, how do I buy Tesla, Google, the FANGs and whatnot. I would like to see the local capital markets be developed first, because there's a lot of cachet that comes along with being able to buy equities abroad. But again, in my biased view, but nonetheless, I see phenomenal opportunity in the development of the local capital markets and the valuations. I mean, as was mentioned earlier, Uzmed Kombinat is a company whose shares we hold, and we've been buying since 2018. And the share price for us is up 1,000%. Yet it still trades at a price-to-earnings ratio of 4 times, and a little over, if I'm not mistaken, 1 times book. Looking at the development of that company over the next 5-odd years, I still think it's a phenomenal long-term investment, especially as you see the company be SPO'd. So, sorry, I'm not directly answering your question, but I'm keeping my Uzbek hat on.
No, I would agree. I think the reality is that obviously you need to, so many people already talked about it, so I don't want to repeat everyone. But you need local liquidity, you need the local investor base being developed. to really create a sense for people to trade say US securities in Uzbekistan. I mean, obviously we talk to people in various places about sort of developing their local sort of exchanges and platforms for trading of international securities, and sometimes people, obviously in your case the advantage would be the time zone. I mean, you're at a place where it's morning in Uzbekistan, it is still, I think, trading day or end of the trading day in the US, or even in the after hours in the US. Obviously you can allow people to trade here openly, and then it goes to people in China and other sort of places in Southeast Asia, and so you could potentially create a breach between sort of investors being there and securities say in the US, and a number of such projects are being developed. But again, this only makes sense if you have liquidity locally and enough investors who trade this, and without that, unfortunately, it would be we can talk about it, but in reality is that it will be difficult to implement. I mean, talking about our own franchise in Central Asia, in Uzbekistan in particular, you may know that we've been in this market for a very long time. And, in fact, I think we first established was here back in 1996. So we're not new to the market, and we have people here. Obviously, the accounts are being opened in New York and in London, and we provide services there. But that's obviously natural, because the value that we add as a firm, as a bank here, specifically talking about local banks, is obviously quite a number of them use JP Morgan as the transaction services provider, and so we have dollar and euro accounts, and we operate those, but those are open obviously in the United States. But generally speaking, obviously from investment banking side perspective, we are looking forward to the privatization program that Mr. Isakov was talking about. I mean, clearly, a number of assets that are up for privatization, and in a not so so far away future, and would be very keen. I think the day we are where the business is. We are a bank, and we feel that we not newcomers here, and we have a presence. We established it many years ago, so we see that the local market is developing. More companies are trying to accessing successfully capital markets, both on the debt and equity side. And naturally, we will bring more people here potentially. Who would work locally. I mean, we have an office in Kazakhstan, with several people, on the ground there. In many other places, again, we have a limited presence here on the ground in Uzbekistan, but I mean, certainly this is something that we would be keen to expand in the future. We see that the opportunity is there, and to the extent that we can facilitate it as a house by helping local corporates and banks connect with investors and sort of access capital markets, obviously this would be something that we would be very keen to do.
Thank you very much. With such an accomplished practitioners here in our panel, we can continue for another hour, and you won't be able to cover such an exciting topic. But unfortunately, our time is up. Before we finish, I just wanted to put things in perspective, echoing what Jan was just was saying, how JP Morgan Chase opened its rep office in Uzbekistan back in 1996. And I remember that time very vividly, because I was a junior investment banker with Credit Suisse First Boston, and our organizations were competing for a debut credit rating advisory at that time. This was more than 25 years ago. And there was also excitement around Uzbekistan's plans for getting the rating, tapping international capital markets. Unfortunately, none of those plans were realized at that time, and we had to wait for more than 2 decades. And so comparing those 2 decades of waiting and this economy being mostly in self-isolation, the last 2 years, 2.5 years, as Mr. Sako was saying, 7 issuers, a successful bond issuance, more issues to come, development of stock exchange, domestic capital markets, new instruments and introduction of new instruments. That is a very exciting times that we live, and therefore, on that positive note, I would like to ask you to join me in thanking our esteemed panelists with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Keyingi sessiyamiz 15 daqiqalik tanaffusdan so'ng bo'lib o'tadi. Our next session is going to be held after 15 minutes break. I would ask you to leave the translators at the hall, please. Thank you. Hurmatli mehmonlar, 2 daqiqadan so'ng kon metallurgiya sohasi to'g'risidagi panel muhokamasi boshlanadi. Panel ishtirokchilaridan o'z joylarini egallashlarini so'raymiz. Dear guests, in a couple of minutes, the panel discussion about metals and mining is going to start. We would ask participants of the panel to take their seats, please. Thank you.
Checking.
Включаю микрофон. Включаю камеру. Слышно в зале. Хорошо. Да, видите, я сейчас нахожусь в поле по работе, в полевых условиях. Я, к сожалению, никак не могу сделать лучше. Да, ну как тут нету, да, не получится, к сожалению, со светом будет так, потому что, видите, я, к сожалению, в полевых условиях совсем. Мгм, мгм.
Ассаламу алейкум. Здравствуйте, уважаемые гости. Еще раз добро пожаловать на экономический форум Узбекистан. Ассаламу алейкум, aziz mehmonlar, sizlarni.
Greetings, dear guests. We are pleasure to see you here. Exactly in 1 minute, we will start our session. And Mr. Abdul Strategist will introduce you to the session.
Буквально 10 секунд. Мы ждем подтверждения.
Please show Zoom and we are ready. Dear Lubov, can you hear us? Please confirm that you can hear. We are glad and we are ready to start.
Thank you very much for your presence, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to those who are connecting from far away and they are virtual participants. We are having I have the responsibility and the privilege to run a very important panel, deep dive, we call it, about mining and metallurgical industry in Uzbekistan. My name is Alkis Drakinos, as it was announced. I am the head of the EBRD in Uzbekistan. And probably I was given the responsibility to run this forum on the basis of our ongoing cooperation with the Ministry of Finance and the Goscom Geology, on the basis of our ongoing advisory project and our work on writing the principles of a mining policy for Uzbekistan. Our panel is very senior in many senses because it consists of representatives of the government and also of the most important metallurgical combinates in the country. So next to me is First Deputy Minister of Finance, Emanuel Nastridin Hodjaev. Next to him is Olga Ponkratova, board member of Navai Gold Mine Combinat. Then next to her is Tatiana Budey, financial director of Uzmed Combinat. Then next to her is deputy chairman of Al Malik Mining Combinat, Feruza Hamidova. And last but not least, you're sitting far away, is Kurban Murat. Is Azam Kadir Hodjaev, deputy chairman of the State Committee of Geology.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, I got you right. My mistake was due because there were a few last-minute changes, so apologies for that. I would like to say that it is my honor to be here, and I would like to say that this event is in a format of dialogue with the government. What does it mean? Is that it is not a typical interactive panel, but it is one that offers the opportunity to the participant of the government and of the companies around us to lay out their policy agenda, their priorities, and then for the rest of us to engage in questions and answers in order to highlight their work and their priorities. I would like to turn first to the First Deputy Minister of Finance to give us his take on the importance of mining sector in Uzbekistan as is today. And then, Minister, I would ask you in a later stage to tell us about the future trends and about the work of the ministry for the future. But give us why mining is so important in Uzbekistan, please.
Well, hello.
August, I have to start. I'd like to start with, you missed one important element of when you were introducing Olga. She's not just a board member; she's independent board member. I think this independent, really symbolizes what's happening in our companies. So they are becoming companies rather than post-Soviet combinats. So we are dealing with companies. Importance of metallurgy, metals and mining sector to the economy of Uzbekistan is, I believe, very well known, very well understood by most of the people in the audience. Well, they are the backbone of the economy and the biggest taxpayers, one of the largest employers, and locomotives of the economy. Therefore, such an attention is given to, making sure they run smoothly and efficiently, and that's when all this initiative of transforming them into modern companies actually come from.
Thank you very much for that. So let me go to the independent board director straight away of Navai Gold Mine and ask a very simple question. You are sitting at the board of one of the most, probably the largest asset in the Uzbek economy. So tell us a little bit about what is your company going through, where does it stand, and tell us a little bit. I heard the word transformation. I mean, you are independent director. Tell us a few words about this.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I would like to start. That's very important. This transformation first. It started since 2018. So there has been strong intention from the government to transform their deputy minister. Sorry, I always promote you.
I'm flattered, but
yes, deputy minister. Nesrudin Khajayev just said this is very important to transform from being combinat to being actually an international company. First, we are very important for Uzbek economy, right? So we contribute 20% to the state budget. We are 8% of the state GDP. So that's a lot of responsibility on the company, on MC, and of the management and the directors as well. So we trying to be a kind of locomotive of the transformation in the industry. Since 2018, there have been a lot of done, mostly by the government of Republic of Uzbekistan, to give NMC an opportunity to transform. First thing, we did this big job of separation, segregation, gold business from other businesses. So right now, this GIS joint stock company is created. It has all the corporate governance bodies, as Amanullah said, we have our board of directors with their independent directors, 2 independent directors in the board. We have their management board, which also has all the necessary committees requires for their running the company according to international standards. But more than that, there is a lot of legislation changes which are happening in the country and specifically focus on the industry, which help us to be where we are right now. For example, there have been a big liberalization of the taxation for metals and mining sector and gold businesses in particular. Our royalty rates went down from 32% in 2018 till 15% this year, and we expect next year it will be 10% and then going forward flat. We also had a big decrease in their profit taxes. So we plan to be competitive not only from our cost base, which we can control as a company, but also from the perspective of taxation mechanism within the country will be competitive towards the other countries, which will help NMC to develop. it's really hard to, like within this format, to go to all the details of transformational steps which we did within the company. But as I said, like there's like only grounded on their strong support from the government, and there's been a lot of steps done. It's like 2 decrees issued from the president. There is like 2 in 3 cabinet ministry decrees, which laying down the steps which we're going right now for this transformational process. So, yeah. So I guess like that's mostly achievement of joint work of the management and their government bodies.
Thank you very much, Olga. Maybe we will have questions from the audience a little bit later on any clarifications they would like to have. Let me turn to Feruza and ask her to tell us a few words about Al Malik and how is Al Malik transforming and how if you can make maybe a small comparison between the pace of change from comparing Al Malik and Navai, who is doing a bit faster, who is doing maybe a bit better or not. It's not, I don't want to bring you in competition, but I would like just to hear a highlight of your enthusiasm in what you are doing.
I'm sorry, I know that NMC is doing better, but
this is a dangerous proposition. Okay.
Yeah, okay. We wanted this to be interactive and lively, so not speeches from the box. So please.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, participants of the forum. I'm glad to be here with you. To make comparison and to say comparison would be wrong, because we are colleagues, we are partners, and you know that GMK is the only manufacturer of copper in Uzbekistan, and it would be wrong to say that we are competing. And we manufacture gold and copper in Uzbekistan, and there is no any competition. And Navai was state-owned enterprise. It was not joint stock venture. And Al Malik was joint stock venture. So it was easy to us to start transformation. And I cannot say about legislative documents, tax rates. We started our transformation in 2018, and first thing we did, we applied SRK, British company, in order to estimate our supplies in line with JOC Codex. And recently, as far as you know, all the supplies were assessed in line with the GKZ standards. So we have made lots of work. We did lots of drilling, kilometers of drilling. And in the result, we got 45 million tons of copper. These are general mineral resources already confirmed in line with the code by SRK, and for gold is more than 5,000, silver 35 tons, molybden, silver, silver, and rhenium, and other seldom metals. We also applied KPMG to help us develop a roadmap for transformation and transition and preparation to IPO. And in line with the roadmap, we're moving forward for 2 years. So what we have done, we made financial reporting for 2019 to 2020. Ernst & Young made audit. Then we received rating, first credit rating from S&P, B+ stable, and now we are finishing our works to obtain second rating. It's Fitch rating. Apart from that, we have changes in corporate management. Since this year we have one independent member, and by 2023 we will have, I hope we'll have 3 independent members. We also introduced transformation department. And now There is a risk management and compliance control management. We have corporate secretary. So step by step, we are moving forward in this direction. And I do believe together in cooperation with Ministry of Finance by the next year, by fourth quarter of the next year, we will be able to place Euro bonds, IPO. So that's where I'm moving forward to. And I do believe by the second half of the year, we will be ready. So we will additionally discuss time frames. So there was a presidential decree for modernization and reconstruction of our manufacturing, and during last year we increased our manufacturing almost 50% more. Apart from that, we implement major investment projects. It's usually one. It's an open quarry. It's not smaller than our acting quarry. And now the opening works have been done, and about 90 million cubic meters of works were already implemented. In June, our esteemed president, he paid a visit to our quarry, so he started a new refinery facilities, and soon there will be 90,000 of copper, so we'll have sustainable growth after introducing and start of our new quarry. So briefly, that's how our facilities are doing.
For giving us, a very substantial description of the changes and of the progress in Al Malik. See, my question about competition served in you confirming how collegial and how together you are. So I got the result I wanted from the other way. So it was, now you have mentioned a few very important things, including your cooperation with SRK, which gives me the chance to turn to Lyubov, who is far away and connected, to tell us a little bit about how SRK has been able to work with you. What is the value added of her company in the processes of mining with you, and then maybe also with Navai. Lyubov? Yeah.
Yeah, do you hear me? Okay. I'm talking to you from the middle of nowhere. I'm a geologist, I'm currently on a field trip, so I apologize for my background. So, JOC code is originally developed as a code which helps the technical companies, mining companies, and prospecting companies to talk financial to the financial institution. So originally the code is developed to help these companies to attract investment in a proper way. So this is why the companies like SRK is helping the mining companies to develop documents which could be effectively presented to the institutes and the banks in order to attract financial investment. The work we are doing now with Navoi metallurgical company is the re-evaluation of resources and reserves in order to estimate the value of the metal in the ground, which will become a basis for the financial assessment of the company. Did you hear me well?
Yes, we heard you well. Have you finished what you wanted to say? I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, sorry, I just checked the connection. So the byproduct of the JOC code
is optimization. Job code is developed to look on the best financial approaches for the companies. So the code is helping to highlight the risks and highlight the opportunities, especially financial opportunities for the companies, and helping them to decrease the losses, decrease dilution, and decrease the operating costs for the purpose of getting better financial results.
All right. Thank you very much, Lyubov, for your input. I would like now, since we have discussed about the metals, the minerals, the properties, I would like to ask Azam to tell us a few things about how does he see his committee role in assisting the development in the sector, and your cooperation with them and SRK applying this technology. So if you can tell us a bit about all this.
Thank you, Alkis. If I may, I would just go shortly about our committee. So we are state regulative body responsible for geological exploration, use and protection of subsoils. We do exploration works, reveal mineral deposits and gather all information. Concerning just shortly about mineral commodities as well. So Uzbekistan, as you know, as my colleagues also told, rich for mineral resources, and if in figures, Uzbekistan is among top 10 leaders, top 10 countries in the world with for such minerals as gold in third place, silver, copper in ninth place, uranium, tungsten and other minerals. At the same time, I would mention that our mining industry is also developed much, presented by Navoye and Al-Malik and other companies. And these both combinates, these both companies, just assume produce more than 100 tons of gold and about 150,000 tons of copper. Huge amount. In comparison, it's like a couple of tier 1 deposits annually each year, and also they need long-term resources, taking into account their ambitious expansion plans. Moreover, recent reforms, last year reforms also reflected in launching new investment projects with such world-class companies as Orano Mining, France, Japan Oil, Gas and Metals Corporation, Canadian B2 Gold, Turkish Geological Survey, Meta, Çalık, and many others. With the cost of the projects more than $1 billion, who also need long-term resources. And taking into account that the country's territory, potential territory for minerals explored in detail only by 40%, there is a huge perspectives of exploring more. That's why our purpose of our committee is to launch a long-term exploration program. If you go on figures, we promote our exploration program for coming 5 years with the increase of reserves of gold for more than 700 tons, and for copper for more than 1.5 million tons. It's just proved reserves. There's also, I would say, a huge amount of inferred reserves as well by JORC code. Concerning the measures for attracting investments, together with Ministry of Finance, now we're preparing proposals for further improvement of investment climate. Firstly, it's further reduction of royalties for base metals. The secondly, it's cancellation of bonuses for exploration and mining. At the same time, exemption from land tax and custom privileges in stage of exploration, in the stage of exploration studies. And we hope that these measures will boost the exploration as well as junior mining business in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajam. There are really significant changes there, and I mean, definitely there is value creation in the work you are doing. And of course, it is very important now to think of the value chain in the whole sector. I was normally going to ask now Tatiana to say a few words about her company, but I wouldn't because the minister would have to leave. So Tatiana, please bear with us a few more seconds. So, dear Minister, the word is yours. Navigate us through what your plans are to develop the sector, please.
Thank you, Alkis. I'm still Deputy Minister, though.
You know how it is.
Thanks. Dear colleagues, I'll try to give you some broader perspective of what's happening. My colleagues and Tatiana will obviously continue. I just gave you some overview of what is happening at the specific assets, right? So every asset is going through transformation as colleagues, as Olga and Firuza has just, explained in a very great detail. So there's large transformation programs being pursued all over those three major assets that we're having. Apart from that, there are large investment capex programs that are being implemented as we speak at all three, Navai, Al-Malik, and Uzbekistan, multi-billion-dollar investment programs. To finance those, companies are in fact re-establishing themselves as companies. They are entering, they are starting to actually raise financing from the markets, from sources where they traditionally, were not present. So Al-Malik has exposure to, to international banking, products already. Navoi has started this about a year ago with this new transformation team and transformation program in place. Uzbekistan is also in the process of raising international financing. There will be news. I'm not sure if those already broke up, but there will be news for Navai later today of significant international financing, being raised for the large investment project they're pursuing. So, this is, Alkis, one of the directions of what we do, right? So we are blessed, countries blessed, having large, companies producing, huge percentage of our GDP, being the biggest taxpayers. So obviously a lot of attention is being given to making sure those companies operate efficiently and grow. So it's one of our priorities is growing those assets we have. Another direction of what we do is what Azam has been trying to say is, Uzbekistan is blessed with natural resources. And we are intending to further develop this, ecosystem of natural resource, companies. Not only these three, but bring more international investors into this natural resource sector of Uzbekistan. Azam has been mentioning number of deposits which are being offered and will be further offered for international investors to come and invest. So this of course entails a lot of effort from our side to make environment for those potential investors more profitable, right? So Olga has been talking, and Firuza has been talking about what is being, changes in the legislation, tax legislation. I'm seeing my colleague Dilshot Sultanov, Deputy Minister of Finance in charge of taxation, is here. He's doing tremendous work with, helping Navai and Al Malik to create more favorable, sort of more tax-friendly environment for further investments. But it also refers to new investments, new companies that would be entering the sector, junior miners. And we are intending to I believe, shortly offer to the market, packaging, sort of new projects that might be of interest to investors. Having achieved what we have achieved in our privatization program. So this will be the next step, bringing private investment into the natural resource sector. Amongst other things, in other direction, another pillar of what we do is building an ecosystem around existing assets and new assets as well. So when I'm referring to an ecosystem, I'm referring to building satellite businesses along the entire value chain of natural resource processing industry. So it starts with engineering, geology. It goes into whenever, of course, it's practical. It goes into equipment processing and mining equipment production. It goes into using reprocessing, say, a copper that is produced by Al Malik. Al Malik produces, as Firuza has said, 148,000 tons of copper. So about large part of it is being processed locally already. So it's our job, and there's a big project in the pipeline of Al Malik when they'll be producing. They'll be doubling their production. So in our job is to provide for this increased production to be processed into higher value added goods locally. Last but not least, we would like to use this super cycle. We are looks like we are in the first half of the commodity super cycle. Another one, right? So it's this. Our objective is to basically to use it efficiently and kind of get into this super cycle for other metals. With trends in green economy, renewables, which will be creating additional demand for rare earth metals that Uzbekistan is also blessed with. So our focus right now, again, is on, and there's a specific presidential decree which actually sets out how we will be addressing this. In transforming the existing industry into, as I said, into an ecosystem of businesses, of academic institutions that support those businesses, engineering firms that are being part of these businesses, into equipment producers that are when practical, when imports can be localized and produced, and obviously in the downstream when copper or other metals can be used locally for producing more value-added goods. So this is very broadly how we are looking, say 3 to 5 years down the road.
Dear First Deputy Minister, thank you very much for your time, for giving us, for sharing the vision. As you were speaking, I noted down a few words that really came quite forcefully, and they paint a very positive picture. It's about transformation, it's about foreign direct investment attraction, it's about creating an ecosystem, it's about increasing the value added, about capturing the commodity super cycle, getting advantage of the Greek economy, developing renewables at the same time, creating a virtuous circle of renewable energy to strengthen production capability within mining, putting academic institutions in place, really you are painting, and I know you are doing it effortlessly, a very promising picture. So if there are any investors here, like us, like EBRD is a potential investor in the sector, I would like to just signal that we are ready to support you to continue the reforms in the cycle, and we are ready to put our dollar where our mouth is, and we are already in some communications with Navai Gold Mine, and we would like to explore the possibility to invest because we are looking at supporting the growth of the economy, of the transformation process, and also add something we didn't mention so much so far about doing it in an environmentally friendly way, in an environmentally responsible way, in an inclusive way to put, local societies supporting it, put, gender, dimensions in what we want to achieve. And I'm sure that, we will do many great things together. So if it is time for you to go, I would like to thank you very much for your presence.
I'm afraid, yeah, thank you.
But the rest of you don't go. We have
Thanks,
a few more minutes. Thank you.
I need to go. Excuse me, please. But I'm sure Tatiana, will
Yes,
have
yes.
a lot.
Yes.
She know how to,
Right.
to make the best use of your dollars.
Right. Thank you so much. Now, Tatiana, you represent one of the very important companies, Uzbekistan. The minister mentioned, I know that your company is in the value chain on the ecosystem, and you are a financial director there, so you have an important role. Tell us, make a comment on how do you see your company developing and contributing to the value chain, and how do you place your company in the picture that the first deputy minister painted for us?
Okay. Конечно,
of course, Uzbekistan is blessed with copper and gold, and with also with ore. Unfortunately, still taking into account that the conditions that we have, Uzbekistan has the only way to be effective to put forward the Japanese metallurgist strategy. So our strategy in the concept for the further 5 years and the investment program that is about $1 billion consists of 3 directions. So the first one is to replace the import raw materials, so using the technologies that are available on the market. And now I'm saying that we could replace for example, the manganese concentrate, and also we are now finishing the works on the introduction of new technologies in regard with the coconut. And these are all, frankly speaking, directives, and therefore I will not go in details. The second part of our project is the project which is directed to increase the energy effectiveness. These projects are fulfilled with the help and implemented with the help of the World Bank, and we are intended to develop this part as well, and take into account the fact that Uzbek Combinat is working on the full capacity. So it means that even if we want more, the more than 1 million ton of the liquid steel we will not be able to produce. So taking into account the capacities and the market, so we have a demand on that. Moreover, in Uzbek Combinat we have a very large project on implementation of the new the new program, which will include the rolling foundry, and this project is implemented with the help of the Daniele company, and also the constructing company is a Turkish Renaissance company. Nowadays, we practically reached the understanding with our European and Russian banking institutions on the structure of funding, and I hope that till the end of the year we will be able to sign some agreements. This year we have reached some success in mutual understanding with international financial institutions. As Aminullah Ziklayevich have already mentioned, that the government, the state, the Minister of Finance in particular, we would like to share them gratitude because they teach us to be independent, to attract funding for ourselves without any state support and guarantees, without something else. So this year we feel, let us say, some change of the investment climate. We see the investors that buy our shares. We know them personally. So hello, Scott, and some other our partners. And so this brings some optimism, and take into account the plans that we have on the IPO, on the Eurobonds issues. So we believe that these plans will be implemented and take into account the dynamics of our shares that we have in 2021. So 3 times there was increase, and Mr. Sakov was a bit skeptical about our result, but still what we have, we are proud of that, and we are proud of ourselves, let's so say. And we invite all the potential investors to track our activity, our development, and take active part by means of investment.
Attracted the EBRD attention as I'm listening to you, so we will be in touch, trying to explore possibility. Look, this is the time where I have one last question, but before asking it, I would like to see if there is anyone in the audience that would like to ask a question to the panel. We have one question over there. Please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Robert Jensen. I'm one of the directors of Mosaic Financial. We recently just got set up as a broker-dealer here in Uzbekistan. We're in a partnership with portfolio investments as well here locally. My question is for all the panelists, really. I heard the word IPO mentioned a few times. Do you envision a role for the local financial services sector here in Uzbekistan to get involved in any future IPOs?
Thank you very much, because this was my last question. Yeah, I didn't give it to you, you didn't give it to me, right? It was just the minds that met. So, dear panelists, we're talking about IPO possibility, we're talking about local capital markets, international capital markets, local listing, dual listing. I mean, give us your take. What would you like? Where do you see things develop? I can start with Olga, that I know that has maybe thoughts. She has thought about these things previously. So, Olga.
Thank you very much. That's, yeah, quite flattering. Yeah, no, but we obviously had thoughts about it since 2019. We have a presidential decree which basically set a path for us, right, to go for IPO. As I think Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Chkarov said yesterday, and as I think it was mentioned several times today, we are planned to kind of obey and follow this path, right? So to enter the capital markets. There are obviously some internal discussions within the ministers, within our shareholder, which is the Ministry of Finance. So it will be really hard for me to have a definitive answer right now, and probably wouldn't be right. I should say that primary focus as of now will be, as a company of our size, so you understand we are $4.6 billion revenue company, we produce 80 tons of gold, right? So we probably will target primary their international listings like LSE, for example. But we will talk about local markets. I can see this a priority for the ministers and for the country as well. So there should be probably some combination, again, on which it will be really hard for me to comment right now. That's when we will have closer to the date, I'll be happy to share the details.
Of course, Olga, we wouldn't have hoped to get any secrets from you, but the direction at least is obvious. I would like to ask maybe Tatiana or Firuza if they have any additional comments for their companies, if they are more or less aligned to the thinking of Navai.
Ну, я бы хотела прокомментировать, вот как раз...
I would like to comment on that, taking into account the not that big sizes of Uzbekistan in comparison with Al-Malik combinate. So we do know that next year, first of all, we will additionally place on the local and moreover, speaking about the IPO, literally in a month we will have the first debut issuance of the corporate bonds on the, and yes, this is not that big one, in the equivalent of $5 million, and the combinate it's not that big deal, but still we take into account the opportunities that we have on the market, and in some extent we believe that the issuance of these bonds is the help to local stock market to be more attractive, and so that investors would come on this local platform, and other corporations looking at our successful, I believe it will be successful, I'm sure they would come, I mean investors, and also place their bonds, shares, what they have.
Firuza?
Yes, why not? We have to develop own market of the securities, so I think our combinate also will place on the local stock exchange, but yes, I believe that should be.
We are, let's say, on time because we started 25 minutes later. I would like to see if there is anyone, we have maybe time for one last question, or I can, right. Rob, there is one question, please. It's the last question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a two-part question, one for Agemka, one for Navoi. For Agemka, since you have your JORC resource, what is the grade of your copper and I guess your gold byproduct? And for Navoi, what is the average head grade of Morinta at present? Thank you.
Okay, I will be first. So first, of course, like I would like to highlight, we also have JORC resources, right? So it's not on. We had a presentation early this day where I ran through the details what we did, and it includes JORC. So I should say the average head grade is 1.4, and you probably will have it on our site because we declare now full transparency. We will publish our information if it's not published right now, which should be done, right, on our JORC reports as well. So, but I would like to make a special caveat towards that. I think there, in general, looking at the gold head grade, it's a bit superficial, since it's very much depends on their technology and type of ore you use. For example, 1.4 for the oxide ores, its cost of production in $600, $700 per ounce. And if you go in for 4 grams per ton for sulfides, it will be 1,900. So it's a bit like superficial view on that. I think for the quality of ores we have, which are quartzite, oxide ores, our grade is, I should say, reasonable. And given by the cost, we are one of the lowest cost producers in the world. I should say maybe overcame by Polus by inch, right? It's quite an impressive quality of the assets. So I'm sorry, it's a bit longer than what you expected, but yeah, that's I think will be the right answer.
Okay. Very promising one.
So as I understand it, the question was about the copper. So nowadays on our or the concentration is about 0.3. The new our Yoshlik ore. So and
At this point in time, I would like to thank the panelists very much for the very good presentations, for the insights they shared. Remotely even thank the Minister for what he said, the vision he shared with us. And thank you for your patience to wait for us to start half an hour later, and for your interest in today's deep dive in this very important sector of Uzbekistan. I hope you enjoyed and you learned new information. I did very much. So thank you very much, and we close.
Hurmatli mehmonlar,
Dear guests, you are all kindly invited to the lunch at 15:00. We will look forward to see you in our next session.
I will invite all to the lunch. After that, we'll be meeting you here at 3 p.m. for the next session. Thank you.
5-6. Пять, шесть. Дверь закрой. Дай. Пять, шесть, семь. 5, 6, 7. Пять, шесть. Это не надо, это там первая линия у меня была. Это переводчики. Сейчас. 5, 6. 5, 6. Пять, шесть, семь. Пять, шесть.
Hurmatli ishtirokchilar, 5 daqiqadan so'ng ishlab chiqarish to'g'risidagi panel muhokamamiz boshlanadi. Panel ishtirokchilaridan o'z joylarini egallab olishlarini iltimos qilamiz. Dear participants, in 5 minutes the panel discussion about manufacturing is going to start. I would ask participants of the panel to take their seats. Thank you. Hurmatli mehmonlar, sizlardan o'z joylaringizni egallab olishlaringizni so'raymiz. Dear guests, we would like you to have your seats, please. We are about to start.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats, please. We're going to start the panel now. The Deputy Minister is not with us. He has been held on some urgent government business, but will be coming in and joining us, I understand, in about 10 minutes' time. But I'd like to start now in order, because we have quite a tight timeline. And the first thing I will do is just very briefly introduce the panel that we have here. But when I say briefly, it'll be really their names and titles and little more, because they will introduce themselves briefly also. And I like to run this very much as a conversation. It's not a panel of talking heads, but really a conversation between very intelligent experts in their fields. So I'm delighted that I have here today Boeing Anderson, who is recently arrived, has been celebrated in the last 24 hours, mentioned a lot as a person coming to help sort out the Uzbek automotive industry. So we look forward to your contributions on that. Sava Khadov, who is the director of the Technopark, and I'm particularly interested in understanding what kind of industries the Technopark can promote and what kind of, perhaps on the lighter end of industry as well, and high tech as well. We have Murat Yakubov. Murat is trying to transform the textile industry. He was telling me before that he's really focused on sustainable textile production, which obviously is going to be an important part of a competitive advantage. And then at the end here, Vladislav Putenko, who is from BCG, and Vladislav not only has responsibilities for Russia for BCG, but also is part of the global BCG practice for smart cities and the global advantage. When he comes, we will have here as our main guest, Bobia Abdinazarov, the Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction. But we're going to start before. I was going to ask the Deputy Minister to give us some opening remarks, but as he's not here to do so, Vladislav, could we just have a little bit of comment from you about this idea of where does Uzbekistan fit in the Central Asian supply chain? That's one part of it. And what is the opportunity really within Uzbekistan for building a manufacturing base, taking into account the population, the potential human capital that there is here, the potential market, both domestic and regional? So, over to you, Vaz.
Yeah, thank you, Piers. You know, yesterday there was a great discussion, I think, about the BRICS. You know, Goldman Sachs invented the BRICS countries about 21 years ago. And the invention consisted basically in the fact that now it's time to invest not only in the developed markets, but actually big developing markets can be an opportunity. So back 20 years ago, it was eye-opening. You know, who would really think about, you know, taking so much risk in the developing countries? But that was a good idea. Now, 20 years later, we all realize that BRICS countries are all different. Yeah? And even if there was a discussion about, you know, Uzbekistan or other stans becoming, you know, someone said BRICS, you know, to me, the discussion is not granular enough, because we really need to understand, not at the stratospheric level, you know, is Uzbekistan going to enter this club of the big, you know, manufacturing emerging markets, but also what is really going to be the business model. And if we look at the business models of the different countries that have been successful, what are they? They typically had two things in common. One is some national competitive advantage, which was very different for all the countries. And the other one is scale. Let's then consider, I think, today, whether Uzbekistan has these two. So if you take China, China 20, 25 years ago, for sure had the scale, and that advantage was for sure a lot of people ready and able to work hard at very low cost. And this advantage was so big and so massive that it lasted for 25 years. Only today, China is not anymore the lowest cost country, right? They're delocalizing to other countries, but for 25 years this lasted. If you look at another country, India. India has 1.5 million engineering graduates every year. That was the fact also 20 years ago. And India started with call center, then immediately moved into software development. And now India is one of the biggest hubs, global hubs of software development. I'll take another country, a little bit earlier, Japan. A little bit earlier. 70 years ago, 60 years ago, Japanese manufacturing was synonymous with poor quality, believe it or not. Yeah? And then there was a Japanese miracle, government did the right things, and they used this craftsmanship, which was deep in the national character, to actually start doing good, high-quality things. And then, using this, then in the 80s, they invaded the US markets. As we know, in the 80s, the design was always great in the US, but then in terms of the detail, and Mr. Anderson will, of course, share, and maybe will disagree with me in terms of how Americans used to manufacture, but many people say that design was great, but was that really the quality, right? And so Japanese invaded the US market with the quality. So my simple point is, there is for sure an opportunity. We're talking about the new BRIC kind of country, probably of a smaller scale. And I think we need to ask two questions. One is, what is really the competitive advantage that is going to last? Yeah, because the cost only doesn't last that long. Yeah? And the second, given that Uzbekistan is not of the scale of China, you know, what are the niches? What are the bets that Uzbekistan needs to place in order to be successful in the long term?
Vladislav, thank you so much for setting that context. And also for making sure that we understand that there are cycles, and is Uzbekistan at the beginning of that cycle now, and if so, how do you capture that opportunity? Let me just ask the panelists to talk a little bit about where you think there may be some opportunity there. Perhaps you'd like to talk a little bit from your vantage point of the Technopark, looking and seeing where you find new manufacturing opportunities, industrial opportunities. Where are they coming up?
Thank you very much, participants and colleagues. Good afternoon. When we talk about the Technopark, we should see for the history, as our colleagues talk right now, because the developing countries, sooner or later, to avoid the industrial development, they should follow the industrial parks. So these parks are going for the internal local cooperation between the component manufacturers and the finished good manufacturers which can consume the OEM production, original equipment manufacturer, or ODM, original design manufacturer. Right now in Tashkent Technopark, we are running the 17 projects. Most of them, they are focused on the infrastructural development of the whole economy of Uzbekistan. I will tell you some samples. For example, we have the elevators and escalators factory. So we see that this field in Uzbekistan, or even in the region, in Central Asia, is not developed very well. And most of risks are depending from the delivery from China or from another countries. During to this pandemic situation and the transportation collapse that we see together, we have a good opportunity, and we tell to our investors that it was the right decision to open this kind of facility, not just for Uzbekistan or even for neighboring countries. We can tell about the gas metering system, and we all in our houses or even in the production lines, we have to consume some gas and some another water, whatever, these resources. So we also implement the good solution for the all gas metering system, starting from the household application, and right now we are working on the gas distribution stations in order to avoid the good result and save the cost of the end users and make more efficient use of the natural resources. At the same time, I want to tell you that in our Technopark, we have good team for R&D, and also we involve many experts to our team, some of one from Italy, from Korean Republic or Russian Federation, because we have several projects. We are not follow just in one case development or Japan case development or Korean case development. We are like a multifunctional. Of course, during this developing after pandemic situation, we are affecting as a positive signals from the market. So we should be ready to concept into the market the right product with the right quality in the short time. This is, we think, after pandemic situation or even in pandemic situation, the first action is very critical. So we should be very careful, and we should be on the startup or even moving a little bit for this kind of destination.
Sala, thank you very much indeed. Big focus there, obviously, on the market and market demand, but focus also, as I understand it, still on really domestic market opportunity as opposed to the major export market opportunity. Murat, are you in the same position in the textile industry? Historically, of course, Uzbekistan had a textile industry that exported a great deal of primary production. Primary production is basic agriculture. Primary production is something that is quite low in the value chain, although it is good in terms of employment. But where are you going in that industry, and are you actually creating value added which can be exported?
Well, thank you very much. I would like to follow up what Vladislav started. In order to understand where Uzbekistan stands today, we have to go to fundamentals and find out what are the criteria, or what are the basic criteria for any country in the world to be competitive. And we mentioned China as a price. If you have a lower price, you always will be competitive in the international market. So here we have a relatively cheap labor costs, have relatively cheap energy, and there are some technologies available. Second thing is quality, and like Japan, as you said. And in terms of quality, I think we suffer a little bit because there should be some standards introduced in the country. There should be some universities, institutions, a lot of things to do to have to be competitive in international market in terms of quality. Third thing that you need is technological advance. I think we are far away from that at this moment. If you don't consider only few niche products or only few sectors of economy. Fourth one is financial institutions. You have to have strong financial institutions that promote your export. And I think we have to think about setting up Exim Bank of Uzbekistan and have institutions that will help promote our exports in foreign countries. And you have fifth one, but I think it's related only to a few countries, like geopolitical dominance. You cannot play with this in Uzbekistan. I mean, it's only for United States or China, maybe Russia a little bit. So, and if you look at these fundamentals, I think agriculture, textile is in a good position for Uzbekistan. And the new thing that, the idea that came up was the president's initiative to create clusters where we can vertically integrate with agriculture. It gives us an opportunity to grow cotton, the ones that we need. We used to buy cotton from the state, and we don't know the quality. There is no consistency. But what we do now is we grow by ourselves, the same quality, the same seeds, the same type of cotton, and we set the machine, and we can guarantee to our clients, potential clients, the same quality of yarn, the same quality of textile products throughout the year, which is, I think, creating a good advantage. And was mentioning that agriculture contributes 33% to our GDP, and together with manufacturing of agricultural products, it's 50%. So we're still an agricultural country. So I think this would be our main sector of economy where we can be competitive in international markets, and we should pay much focus on this sector.
Thank you, Murat. Thank you very much indeed for that, Murat. And particularly interested in your comments about quality, your real focus on quality, because clearly that, I mean, going back to Vladislav's comments about Japan, I remember when I lived in Japan, there were 3 companies outside Japan who actually were able to manufacture to Japan industrial standards, JIS, and they were 3 companies in Korea. And look what then happened. Korea took over a large part of the Japanese manufacturing industry, essentially. I'm delighted that we've been joined by the Deputy Minister. I promised him that I would give him a little bit of time to read into the panel before putting him on the spot. So I'd still like to come to you. You have been here for some 30 days. You have far too much experience to be an instant expert, but on the other hand, you have fresh eyes. And what do you see with those fresh eyes in terms of the manufacturing opportunity, the industrial opportunity here? Not necessarily specifically automotive. We'll come on to that later in this discussion in more detail, but it's really, what do your fresh eyes see and think, gosh, opportunity, challenge?
Thank you very much. First, I'm very impressed with our young people. But that also comes with a challenge, and I see that we have not been very good in educating, training our people in basic skills. Secondly, if I look at USAFTO, what are the 3 strengths of USAFTO? First is the access to the Chevy brand. Chevrolet brand is one of the top 100 brands worldwide. Secondly, we have more or less unlimited access to the GM portfolio, with the strengths and weaknesses of a GM portfolio. And third, we have access to GM's purchasing system. So that's the 3 strengths. This panel about the suppliers. How important is it to have local suppliers? It's very important because in automotive, 60–65% of the cost is purchased material. What I've seen here, we are very good in stampings in-house. We have very good stamping suppliers outside that are private or joint ventures with us. I've seen good plastic suppliers. I have not seen very much strength in chassis. I have not seen very much strength in interior, and I have not seen very much strength in electronics. And third, when I look at Uzbekistan, we have an opportunity to export our products if we are competitive. But if we are not competitive, we cannot export. Our suppliers, if they are competitive, they have a huge opportunity to export to Russia. Some of you may be Russians in the audience, and I liked Russia a lot, but since there are 85 oblasts, there are many different faces of Russia. What surprised me, the automotive supply base is generally not competitive. You have strong companies like Severstal, Magnitogorsk, Lysin Steel, very competitive, very well managed, perfect management teams, and very profitable. But the rest of the supply base is somewhat a sleeping beauty. So for us, we can export, and if we have strong suppliers, they can export.
Well, thank you for that. Yesterday, I mean, this picks up one of the themes there also right at the beginning when you talked about really impressed by the youth. Yesterday, I remember you saying that for one job in the automotive industry, you create another 4 jobs. That also means those 4 jobs have to be filled professionally as well. So you can train your own supply, your own, if you like, your own scope 1 inside, but how do you make sure that the human capital around is developed more strongly? And perhaps this is a good opportunity now to turn to the Deputy Minister. I chaired yesterday the panel on the human capital element, and that came out as a major theme. Just your views, Deputy Minister, on where the industrial value chain fits, where it fits in Uzbekistan, where Uzbekistan also fits in that broader value chain, a little bit as we've heard now just from Bo. Some thoughts from you, please.
First of all, accept my apologies, Mr. Pierce and my colleagues and their guests. I was a little bit late. We had a meeting with PM and then I had a meeting with DPM, so please accept my apologies. So thank you very much for this opportunity. If you look at the industry sector of economy of Uzbekistan, now the gross value added sector of economy increased, so industrial sector increased from 20.6% in 2016 up to 28.5%. So it's about 8% during in 2020. So and besides, so according to the strategies and programs which have been developed by the sectors and the economy as a whole. So production of high-tech products in 2020 and 2025 will be up to 40%, and in 2026 and 2030 it will be again a rise of about 6%. So what I'm trying to say is we are about to carry out more and more investment projects which bring higher or like high-tech products in the market. And if you talk about supply chain or value chain in which Uzbekistan can take part, so first of all, probably it would be better if you look it's through absolute or competitive advantage of the country. So in this would be mineral resources of Uzbekistan would be the main part. So according to information, geological information which we possess now, there are about more than 2,700 deposits of different occurrence of various metals. So including about 10 types of mineral raw metals, which of them 60 are already involved in production. So and most important, I would just to call out would be like gold, uranium, copper, lead, silver, lithium, phosphorides, potassium salts, and others. So, and currently we are using 522 deposits, which are just for producing construction materials. So that's concrete and so on. So as you know, if we stop by, we have to stop by copper, because you know, in the future, in up to 2030, many international organizations and consulting companies say that demand for copper will increase by 40%. So, and there will be more than 3.5 million tons of deficit because of maybe supply will not be cannot be, I would say, increased in the same pace. So that's why in the first point we will increase production of copper in Uzbekistan. So currently we have a program which we are already working and started how to say construction processes and so on. That's the increase production capacity of copper up to 290,000 tons by 2024, and by 2028 it's going to be up to 400,000 tons per year. So and with my colleagues from Uzbekistan and Mr. Bo, we are we are working on organizing EV production in Uzbekistan. But so for that we need technologies, for that we need human capital, and besides, so that's why we are looking for good international how to say partners. But at the same time, we are about to start thinking about localization of some parts. We understand that we cannot localize 100% of everything which we are using. So we can localize only those spare parts in which we will have competitive advantage producing in Uzbekistan. The cost of producing which will be, how to say, more competitive, more less, so we can have more value-added products in the country. And if you just let me, main volume of exports of domestic products, so is a manufacturing industry amounted to 41%. So that's manufacturing is a main, how to say, manufacturing industry is a main part of our exports. So, and the four main exporters are the chemical industry and mechanical engineering, and their share is up to from 11% and 9% respectively. And over last 5 years, exports geography has increased from 99 countries, from 99 to 400, and the number of commodity items which we are exporting is now 3,188 items. So it was like in 5 years before it was only 2,253. So why I am telling these numbers? Because these numbers are like proving that the structure of our exports and our imports are changing, and that we are more and more getting involved, and we are more and more getting, how to say, connected to a global supply chain. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, thank you so much. It's always particularly interesting to hear there, as you talk about the sort of the heavy natural resource base, which gives you and can generate capital that allows you at the same time to move up in the value chain. Your figures, all the statistics are impressive statistics, and we all know that if you don't measure it, it doesn't get done. So that sets you also opportunity and direction. The one thing that struck me when you talk about the technology industries, when I hear Bo saying that in Russia electronics were pretty bad in the automotive sector, when I hear talk about the technopark, and when I hear Vladislav talking also about moving up the value chain, What is that opportunity here, really, strategically? And what capital does it take? And what are the more specific areas of electronics where Uzbekistan could build a really competitive position? Vladislav, perhaps a few comments from you about that, and then I will cycle it back to Sava and then back to Bo onto the detail of the automotive piece.
Yes, thank you. So what we see from the experience of the countries globally that succeeded and failed, that in making these decisions, you really need to balance between two things. One is really win the short term. You have to make money in the short term. The other one is think about the very long term and really place granular bets towards the long term. I will give two examples. On the winning in the short term, I will again speak about the Technopark, because to me, this is really, really well thought, because you have taken the advantage of the booming construction industry with a lot of imports, imported equipment, imported construction materials, and focused on this industry. And very quickly, I think just in less than 2 years, build not only import substitution, but also develop the capability in such a way that you already, after just a couple of years, are able to export. That's really good because you've placed the bet on one industry, made money in the short term, and the construction boom probably will continue for the next, for take other country, for the next at least 5 years. And then the long term. So manufacturing is very different from agriculture. The simple reason why is in agriculture, Uzbekistan has amazing agriculture, and you have plans to enter the top 10 agriculture exporting countries by 2030. Agriculture, you know, you can actually place your bet in the short term, because on the same field, 1 year, you have, you know, wheat, the next year you have sunflower, and this actually is good for the agricultural production. Yeah? In manufacturing, you invest for 20, 25, 30 years. You build a plan, it shouldn't disappear in 10 years from now. And if we speak about the automotive industry, where Mr. Anderson here is the main expert, for instance, most of the automotive OEMs globally we're working with are telling us by the year 26, 27, 28, they will probably stop manufacturing internal combustion vehicles. Already very soon, just a few years from now. And they will massively move into electric vehicles, and every year they review the forecast towards a closer timing of this disruption. So for Uzbekistan, there is a big question in this technology transition, where to place the bets, because electric vehicles are very different, actually. You know, maybe the drivetrain has similar components, but the engine and the motor have nothing to do. The battery has nothing to do, and there is a lot more of different electronics, including in the battery there is electronics, right? And so the question is, many countries are considering right now, should we become a big player in electric motors? Well, Uzbekistan has copper, a lot of copper, with AGMK and GMK and their development. Uzbekistan already produces small electric motors. Can Uzbekistan become a worldwide supply of motors? I would not say so, because for sure there will be huge plants, and therefore Uzbekistan needs to think maybe in electric motors, what would be the subsystems? Batteries is a whole different business. My only point is there's a very big strategic bet that you cannot change every 1, 2, or 3 years, right? It has to be decided once for a very long time.
And those strategic bets, I mean, you can take it even further and say, well, can Uzbekistan become a hub for chip fabs? You know, is there anything to stop you doing that? But Sava, let's talk about, you're essentially in the Technopark, you're incubating new industries. How many of those are really going to be the electronics industries that Bo is going to need, that Vladislav is talking about, and that are underpinned by this natural capital that the Deputy Minister was talking about?
When we talk about the electronic components and electronics at all, we should consider the 2 points, I think. One is a software, second is a hardware. So to develop these both, we can develop the electronic facility components at all. So if we start talking about the software, okay, there are so many software engineers you can hire for freelancing, you can order any design you want, but the hardware, which is in the world, there is a big shortage for the semiconductors as well. Some company producing some kind of semiconductors, and design is very critical. So designing these electronic devices and components by the designing companies and experience, I think this is the most critical one. You can produce any kind of vehicle, electric or airplane using the battery, whatever. So you can produce for the $1 million or you can produce for 100 million. So there is a many things becomes from the designing. So in order to make the good design, we should invest more to R&D, to research and development. So we should hire the institutes, we should hire the universities, and we should combine all of knowledge that is going from the science to develop this point. For this matter, as I told in my first introduction, in Technopark we already have this kind of R&D. But one R&D team cannot do everything. So we should cooperate with each R&D department. There are so many engineering companies in electronic field, in automotive, in electricity, whatever. So now we go to European countries, we go to Korean or even the Chinese companies. We sign the good contracts in order to be in touch with them, because the final product is the price of your final product and the quality is your result of your work. At the same time, I want to focus on the second point. Besides these electronic devices, I want to focus for the IT and running the factory during the IT technology. I know in Uzavto there are so many implementation for the manufacturing executing system or even CRM and WMS, and we also go for same way. Why we implement this kind of IT platform? Now the production in Uzbekistan is going for the fourth generation Industry 4.0. So this is the intellectual running the factory. You can take any kind of digits in online, you become the transparent, you see the online cost in each machine, in each station. So in order, you see, you should give the good advice in a short time, so very quickly. So this kind of designing is also should be matched with the all industry, starting from machinery, electronics. So we should share our experience, or even we should hire the experience which is already running in the developed countries, like in Samsung, Sony, or Chevrolet, and etc., etc. That's our point of view from Technopark.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And interesting, that focus on design really at the beginning of the chain in many respects, and that will bring us back to the human capital question clearly as well, is do you have that human capital here to actually do the design work? But Bo, let me come to you. And let's use this as a way to open out a bit more on the automotive industry. Let's start with that electronics opportunity. Is there an electronics opportunity? We can touch as well on the production technologies, CRMs, etc., and that were being talked about there. But Bo, over to you now on the electronics opportunity, the EV opportunity that is linked to it as well.
Thank you. First, I would like to start with logistics. Before COVID, logistics were not an issue. And I forecast for the next couple of years, logistics will be an issue. One of the bottlenecks is harbor capacity and harbor efficiency. Being an American, to travel on a train as a passenger in the US is not very good. Being an American, travel on a train in Russia is perfect. If you're a piece of a container, to travel on a US train is perfect. On a Russian train is not that good. So I think all of us will be surprised that the logistic issues will be around for a long time. Now, electrification. I worked on electrical cars since 1993. So I worked on a vehicle called EV1 when I came to GM Detroit. We didn't sell them. We made 300 vehicles, we leased them, and when we stopped the project, the customers were very unhappy. The range was 50 kilometers, and the vehicle was very expensive. As you know, today most vehicles have 500 kilometers, 600, 700. But I think it's too early to count out the combustion engine. And I've said to the government here, with a combustion engine, with 1.2 liter, with good technology, and maybe CNG. CNG is very good, but on the other hand, very dangerous if you don't handle it right. So I think combustion engine, well managed, with CNG is an option. Does electrification come? Yes, because the government in China have said that they will only have electrification. They are building the infrastructure around electrification. As an American, 1% of sales in US are electrical vehicles. So in US, I'm less positive. For Uzbek, in October, we will showcase one of our prototype vehicles. It's a very small vehicle. It has 170 kilometers range, but we will see if customer wants it. And third, if you look at producing electrical parts, if we want value-added jobs, electronics is not the driver. Last Thursday, I had the opportunity to visit one of our good suppliers, US Chassis. They produce headlamps for us, but they also produce headlamps for Lada Granta, Lada Niva, and Lada Vesta. So I was happy to see that they have exports, they have more customers than us, and they occupy 600 people. So that could easily grow to 1,000 people. But I think if we want to have value-added jobs that we heard from the government yesterday, electronics is not the case. So if I summarize, I think logistics will be a challenge for us for a long time. Secondly, I don't think we should count out the combustion engine. With smart technology and maybe CNG as an option, electrical vehicles, they will come. And here the opportunity for Uzbekistan is really to say, what are the materials we can use? We heard about copper. Copper is a huge opportunity. We can be a battery producer, we can do battery cells. So stay tuned.
Okay. Thank you, Birgit. Stay tuned. And I think that we may have a contrarian view over there. Do we have a contrarian view, Vladislav?
No, actually, I was convinced by what Mr. Anderson said because I only share observations. He shares personal experience that he has a lot. I wanted to actually make a comment about R&D. Mr. Anderson mentioned R&D, Sardor mentioned R&D. What is the country that in 1980 had most patents in the world? Больше всего патентов. The US. Then Japan became the country with most patents by 2005. Today, the country with most patents is China, right? The point is, all these countries went, if you think about the US, 150 years ago, they had no R&D, right? So it is absolutely possible to go from net importer of intellectual property to next exporter of intellectual property. However, you need, again, I'm kind of placing the bets person today, you need to place the bets. Uzbekistan cannot have R&D in all sorts of domains. If you think about the first most successful technopark in the world, what is this? Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley started with PARC, Palo Alto Research Center. Palo Alto Research Center was a contract between Stanford University, Xerox, and the city of Palo Alto, who was almost bankrupt because they have too much land and nothing to do there. So they organized Palo Alto Research Center, which was the first big facility in the Silicon Valley that actually worked. If you think about the success factors, number one is local demand. So Xerox created demand for R&D product. Yeah? It was local supply of excellent students, Stanford, And it was actually, this is important, nice weather, because researchers, I used to be one, they like, you know, riding on a bike. So if you think about Uzbekistan, you have the nice weather, yeah? You need to have local demand, so you need to think about what industries will be pooling, will be really in need of R&D, and then you will need to place your bets with investing in the top skills in the universities.
Thank you, Vladislav. And I believe that that information about the patents is actually comes from a man who has a number of patents to his own name. You talk about the bets, the big bets. Who is going to make those bets? Is it government, or is the government the enabler of those bets? Who is going to actually work and bring together, as for example Singapore, which brings together the labor market with the private sector in order to make sure that the human capital is developed to match the needs of the private sector? They have a great reputation for that. Who's going to do that here? Who coordinates? Who brings together and takes the big ideas, the strategic bets? Who actually makes that come together? Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. So, first of all, I would like to just, maybe most of you know, that there are two types of business models. Like you can be product inventor or you can be product imitator. So being a product inventor is very expensive. So that's very capital incentive business. So, but yes, so in Uzbekistan we are carrying out that program of 1 million coders and so on. So a lot of initiatives which tend to prepare or to rise talents, coders and engineers and so on. But that takes time because we have a, how to say, mission, we have a task to reduce poverty now. So in order to reduce poverty now, so there is one good opportunity, it's to be a product imitator. So being a product imitator can give you, I mean, is not also easy. In order to be a product imitator, it's very important that you have a good operation efficiency, that you have a good labor efficiency, that you have a good energy efficiency. So those efficiencies should be in place, and this is what currently our government is trying to do. So as you know, many people are talking about transformation of SOEs. Why? Why is it important? Because if you look at the structure of industrial production in Uzbekistan, up to 60% of those production comes to like 10 or 15 of those SOEs in the country. So that's why just by transforming those SOEs into more efficient companies, it will bring a more value added to GDP at once. And the next thing, what you are saying, yes, that's a government. Government can carry out, can use different instruments in order to develop certain parts of economy or industry or services. But it's very important that those incentives or those instruments would be more and more market-oriented. So, so market-oriented means that so there should be some kind of competition in order to get some incentives. There should be some kind of good KPIs in order to, how to say that, for example, any company who will get some grant for doing R&D should create at least 10 jobs, high quality jobs and so on. And besides, we are, so that's a main government who is, he should be coordinator of these all processes, but at the same time it's very important that government itself will not be, how to say, executor of those projects. It's very important that those private sector business, private sector companies carry out all those projects in order to bring, because main role of government is to create infrastructure, so concerning logistics and so on. So why, if that's all the government should or will have to invest to roads, to electricity, to other infrastructure, even those many kind of regulations in order to get patent, registered, or those are also some part of business infrastructure. So they are very important. So that's government main role plays in this process. Thank you.
So government is an enabler. Government is an enabler, but at the same time, through the SOEs, driving incremental change, incremental performance enhancement, productivity, etc., using that to generate cash, essentially. But then the private sector is the one that's taking the bets. Yes. Murat, you have been sidelined in this conversation because we've been very much focused on the technology aspects of it. But you, I think, what is it, 30% of GDP? Something like that you were saying?
Well, yes, agriculture is 33%, and agriculture together with manufacturing agricultural goods, including textile, is 50% of our GDP.
And in terms of employment? In terms of employment?
In terms of employment, I think 15 million people live in rural area. Well, not all of them are employed, but in textile industry, as far as I know, we have 1.5 million people working. And in agriculture, I think everyone who is able to work, they work in rural area, maybe 10 million.
And so how much of the opportunity in the agricultural area comes from improving the existing production, and how much comes from perhaps bringing in newer value-added products?
Well, I think, with the new technologies that we bring into agriculture, if may I say first personal experience I will share. We increased the yield of cotton production in certain regions by 2 times using modern technology. We attracted 60 million euros from John Deere and from CNHI, from case companies, directly without involvement of Uzbek government or banks. This was the first time we did it. And 50% of our cotton we pick by machines, it's machine picked. No forced labor, no child labor, and things like that are in the past. And as I told you before, we have grown organic cotton in Uzbekistan and got certificates of European Union and US certificates, and it's a value. For example, if you sell to China conventional yarn, you sell it at the price of $3. If you sell organic, you sell it 4.5, so 50 times 50% margin for that.
Very good.
Well, I think it's a huge opportunity in agriculture, and of course, if you grow cotton, you have only $2,500 per hectare of earnings. If you manufacture cotton, you will have around maybe $8,000 to $10,000 per hectare. But if you produce high-end products, maybe 20,000. But again, it's not a limit. For example, in Holland, Dutch Republic, what they do is $100,000 per hectare is not a limit. So in agriculture, sky is the limit. And but coming back to supply chain and bets, strategic bets, I would say that the government should create only conditions for that, fundamental conditions, essentials. Like today, if you compare Uzbekistan, doing business in Uzbekistan and with other neighboring countries or elsewhere around the world, you will find out that you have to look at the quality of infrastructure, electricity, airports, the exchange of goods, services, it's not perfect. We have to bring it to the perfection. Roads, gas supply, and so on. That's the first thing. Second thing is we have to find, we're still looking for tax burden of business and types of businesses, how to impose them tax, and there should be, we need to find our Pareto optimal. It's not there yet. If you compare with neighboring countries and our tax burden, I don't think we could be compatible. And there are some other macroeconomic issues like interest rates. They're very high. And once we bring all these fundamentals together, we'll be able to compete on the international market and say. And of course, for a country with, second or first country, double landlocked country in the world, logistics is very important.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'm conscious of time. I just want to make sure the audience is aware that if you want to, if you have any questions, I will take a couple of questions from the audience while you prepare your questions. I don't see hands shooting up. We're going to keep on discussing amongst us now. What I'd like to do, and Murat, you actually started that very well, started the ball rolling by saying what you think your sector needs from government. I think I want to ask each of you to do two things. To give first, what is your strategic bet? And secondly, what is your ask of the Deputy Minister to help enable your sector? And the Deputy Minister, you will have the opportunity to have the final word on that. So, Vladislav, what is your strategic bet and what is your ask?
I would say I would not look far away from what is already successful in Uzbekistan. So everything which is close to automotive manufacturing, agriculture, processing, if we speak about manufacturing, for sure something in the energy area, that would be my strategic bets. My ask to the government in order to develop those sectors would be, number one, and Uzbekistan has done an amazing job over the past 4 years, really one of the best countries in the world. In 2019, Uzbekistan was named the country of the year by The Economist because of the modernization reforms. That's amazing. So continue to ensure stability of business climate. So rules shouldn't change because the investors, many of the panelists here are investors, they want stable rules. Even if they don't like some rules, better that the rules are stable, don't change completely from 1 year, from one decade to another decade, because investing is a long-term thing. The other thing is carefully deciding when we move up the value chain where the innovation should be coming from startups, let's say the American way, where it should be coming from large private businesses, and where it should be coming from state-owned corporations. So large private businesses is also American and European way. State-owned corporations is, China, some other examples. Not every country can be successful in startups. Russia has failed many times. Russia is getting better, but still they're nowhere where the US are in terms of proportion of innovation coming from the startups. This would be my two asks.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Murat, I'm going to give you a slight rest. So I'm going to go to Sara.
So there is some ask from government comes from our colleagues. Want a little bit comment. Yes, I fully understand that infrastructure development should be done by government, first of all. Can be developed later by the private sector or other industrial fields. But I think now Uzbekistan is opening, become very transparent. Even for this, even as a result for bank interest for the loan, for local banking. I think, okay, once we push and ask, but we have second solution. So we can go for IPO for own company, and we can get the investment from directly, as Mr. Murat told to us. So have a solution. For my point of view, and point of view even Technopark, because we are a very young company, and Vladislav also look our company, I think government should pay attention for the education, for the science. Because, okay, we are developing very fast, and I also graduated the university, okay, 10 or 12 years ago, but I hope a new generation will be more educated, more professional, and more, how to say, educated than us. So in this case, as an education now is 99, maybe 98% is managing by the government side as a medicine and other sectors, we should pay attention more and create more joint ventured universities, institutes, schools, colleges, and I think we will follow this way very smoothly in the next years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that reminds me that yesterday one of my panelists was from the UAE and talking about actually collaboration in education between the UAE and Uzbekistan. Quite an interesting example. Bo, over to you. Your one big bet and your ask.
So having been in automotive most of my life, it's a very easy business or very difficult, depending on how good you are. So it's a little bit like participating in Olympic Games every day. I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of customers, a lot of dealers, and they want 4 things from me or from our team, because I'm not that important. They want better quality. They want new products, including electrical vehicles. They want better prices, and they want better availability. So that's what we are working on day in and day out. Most of my life I've been a foreigner, and it's not that sexy, because you're like second-class people. I have survived being a foreigner for 40 years of my life, but it's not easy. If you think it's easy, so what I would ask the government is bring all smart Uzbek people back home.
That's a great.
If I fail in running automotive, I maybe be politician.
Well said, Bo. And I was commenting earlier, my algorithm for investment is when the diaspora comes back to a country, because they know that it's the right time to be there. Deputy Minister, you've had some asks, you've had some comments. Let me just see, is there any comment or question from the floor? I don't think I saw any. No, so Deputy Minister, over to you. And I'm conscious of our time because another session starts in 7 minutes in here.
Yeah.
So, but over to you.
Yeah, dear colleagues, first of all, thank you. Yeah, so if we start from, if I start from Vladislav's comments or bets, so stability of business environment, as you know, up to 2017, budget of the country, the budget for next year was approved by President. But starting from 2018, now we have a law of budget which is approved by Parliament of the country. And that's the first thing. Second thing, now all tax rates are, most of them are in tax code itself. So, which is also approved by law, by Parliament. So, what I'm trying to say, you know, it's much more difficult to bring a law to Parliament and to, how to say, being approved. So we make sure that according to international best practice, we bring all those things up to the higher level of legislation, so there will be more stability in business environment in Uzbekistan. So, and concerning innovation, it is you know, there are a lot of approaches how innovation is carried out in different countries, so it's differently organized. So as you mentioned, so in United States, probably some government agencies, organizations, they put kind of order it to private sector, and there is a harsh competition, and so best wins as a bid. So same we have in our country, like Ministry of Innovation and Science Academy. They have a budget money which they give away to the projects according to this competition for innovation projects and so on. But at the same time, it's very important that any innovation, any patent, any license, that it should be commercial. So, so probably if businesses which I think it's better if we, I would say, somehow reimburse or give away some money to companies who get registered patent and which is already being used in production process. So that would be a better way. And concerning education, so there are a lot of projects being carried out. I mean, a lot of huge amount of money spent by government for education sector. But at the same time, we understand and you see by yourself that there are more and more private kindergarten and private schools, and now it looks like it's very important that you have whole value chain of those education process. So starting from kindergarten, and then you go to, I mean, kids go to school and then university. So because there will be kind of same process or same standard of teaching, so it will be easier for kids to get, I mean, better knowledge. And plus, and second thing is why by increasing private universities and private schools, it's a very good opportunity to have a good competition in education system also, because yes, there are many, like even those public schools now, I think after a couple of years, they'll have to compete for each people which will come to their school. And then bringing back Uzbek people, you know, we are working on it, and we are trying to find, just because you just start talking with some international consultant or international company, and suddenly you see your how to say, Uzbek people or any other nation people, but who are originally from Uzbekistan. So it's very good. And even in terms of age, more and more our companies and our economy being competitive, so we can now hire people with higher payments, but it should give its fruits very soon. And concerning Mr. Murat's comments concerning tax burden, so I think we've done a lot on tax reforms, but still there are coming many more initiatives in coming years, and we'll be doing. But at the same time, when any country is growing, there are like a lot of, I mean, government should do a lot of work. So like building, so for example, those electricity line or roads, or so there should be some government support, and those comes from budget. And those hospitals, public schools, public kindergarten, public university, all these are cost money. And just in order to, we have an initiative in Ministry of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction So soon we'll try to, how to say, somehow assess those subsidies or those incentives which is given to the economy and how efficient they are used. And according to that, according to our analysis, we are about to prepare some recommendation to redistribute those incentives. And you talked about interest rate. So, Murat Aka, probably you know better than me that there is everything, every time there is a cost. That's a cost of money in our country. And that cost is not just because of central bank or any other government institution said. It's real cost which economy should pay currently. But I hope that by increasing our economy, increasing our GDP, increasing production volumes, increasing value added, so we can, how to say, decrease inflation rate and consequently decrease cost of money also. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, thank you very much for those closing comments. Of course, lower taxes, one of the challenges you put to an industrial area is, and are you happy for the tariffs to go, the customs tariffs to go, that protect your business? That's the flip side. But anyway, just like to thank you all very much indeed for a great conversation. I'd like to invite the audience to join me in applauding our panelists. And I think that there's another session on here immediately. I'm glad there's a captive audience for that session, but if you do need to change, you've got a couple of minutes to do so.
Hello, Mr. Nail. Can you hear us? Mr. Nail. Mr. Nail.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Soon we will start.
Okay.
Thank
As long
you.
as you can hear me and see me clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please invite you to take a seat so we can start the session? Thank you. Okay, we are going to be ready to start very soon, so can I please invite all the panelists to join me on stage? Thank you. And can I also please ask people in the audience to take a seat so we can start this conversation? Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Shall we start? Okay, let's get started. So welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us here and online. I'm delighted to be here today to moderate a roundtable on creating a roadmap for a sustainable future in energy and petrochemicals. It's a very interesting topic on energy security, efficiency, transition. We will take a closer look at the needs of a growing population, the ways to modernize infrastructure and production, and the huge potential for renewables in this country. And it's also incredibly topical, of course, as a slurry of deals have been announced over the past months and weeks in the power and utilities sector here in Uzbekistan, and even as the forum is still in full swing. And I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to discuss them today with my panel of distinguished contributors. And I'm very happy to be joined today by Azim Ahmed Khajev, who's First Deputy Minister of Energy. Thank you for joining us. We're also joined by Karim Amin, Executive Vice President at Siemens Energy. Julabek Mirza Mahmudov, Chairman of Uzi Mio Sanoat. We're also joined by Prakash Kerjival, who is Director at Indorama Group. Tom Tierlink, Vice President at Aqua Power. Igor Alexev, Partner with a focus on Central Asia at BCG. And finally, joining us online is Niall Hannigan, CFO of Masdar. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. So this is a discussion, so I would like to encourage you, panelists, to engage with each other to make this conversation a lively debate, possibly, or lively look at what's going on here today in Uzbekistan in the energy sector. We, of course, welcome questions from the audience. We'll leave enough time after the session to address them. But let's get this conversation started. So, First Deputy Minister, to start with, could you outline the ambitious power generation goals of Uzbekistan and how you intend to meet your objectives?
Thank you very much for having me here, inviting me for this session. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity and introduce to the room, we've forgotten slightly, the veteran of investments in Uzbekistan, Mr. Prakash Kerjival from Indorama. He's also joining us here. And thank you very much for your question. Frankly speaking, our president and government puts ahead of us very ambitious plans in order to bringing energy sector to the new horizons and new goals. And by 2030 in Uzbekistan, total generation from renewable energy, for instance, will constitute slightly not less than 25% of total power generation. And it should be also taken into account that demand for electricity by that year will be doubled according to our estimations. And in order to meet those ambitious aims in the country, we started reforms and transformation processes. As you might know, the very first action that was taken by President and the government, it was forming the process of transformation and forming Ministry of Energy to fulfill this task and to reach certain goals. As for Uzbekenergo, it was unbundled into several newly established entities based on the type of activities. And since then, generation, transmission, distribution missions are being performed and separated into separate entities and joint stock companies. Moreover, a couple of presidential decrees on energy efficiency and renewable energy were accepted. Also, in parallel, several work has been conducted with our good partners from international financial institutions and international consultants. The expert group, they have developed so-called the conception of providing Republic of Uzbekistan with electric energy for a period of 2020 to 2030. So, briefly speaking, these are our ambition plans.
Before we ask you to tell us how you intend to get there by using foreign technology and financial support, I'd like to ask the private sector here to comment on the reforms, of course, and your objectives. Maybe starting with you, Karim, from Siemens Energy, because what's interesting from your perspective is the fact that you're not just a technology or solutions provider, you're also here to invest. So tell us a bit more about how you've been working here in Uzbekistan.
Yes, thank you so much, Charlotte. And let me just build on where Deputy Minister ended his summary. I think one of the most important topic is energy is the locomotive of economic development. And we heard today and yesterday a lot of discussion around reduction of poverty through economic development. We will not be able to have economic development if there is no stable and secure supply of energy. That was the case in the past. The case today and in the future is that energy needs also to be sustainable. So it has to reduce the emissions much more than we had in the past, and it needs to be affordable. And from this point of view, I think we look at our role and how can we contribute from Siemens Energy, not only to provide technology or to become a contractor, but really to help accelerate this economic development process. If this is done by working very closely with the government, whether on the power generation side or the petrochemical side, to develop these kinds of solutions that will provide the security of supply, the affordability, and the sustainability, we do so. If this requires also development equity and investment, we also do so. We don't do it in each and every country, but we really choose to do it in Uzbekistan because I think the results of the reforms are very evident and we see that.
I'd like to join Niall Hannigan, if possible, who is online, and of Mazda, to comment further on how you will support the Uzbek government in reaching its energy targets.
Thank you, Charlotte. Hopefully you can hear me clearly. I think the Deputy Minister mentioned that these are ambitious goals, but I think if you look at the renewable energy sector, the recent renewable energy tenders, which were run under a very transparent framework developed in partnership with the development banks, they attracted significant interest from international developers. And I think what that clearly demonstrates is that international developers recognise the viability, the long-term viability of the renewable energy sector in Uzbekistan. We as Mazda most definitely do and have already invested significantly in the country with a number of projects underway. And I would like to acknowledge the support we've received from the government, particularly with regards to the Nordavoy project, which we recently inaugurated together. I think the importance of developing the renewable energy sector in tandem with conventional energy is very clear for everybody to see. There are a number of significant benefits that come from incorporating renewable energy into the mix. Not only are you getting access to cheaper electricity generation, you're diversifying your energy mix, you're enhancing energy security. And I think to what my colleague from Siemens just mentioned, developing a renewable energy sector will lead to also job creation, knowledge transfer, not to mention the obvious climate change benefits that you get. But I would also like to highlight, if I can, there will be challenges. We've seen it in other markets, and in terms of other markets that we've seen, I think when we have an ambitious program like this, what I would suspect and expect is that the amount of capital that is going to be required from a program like this is going to require the involvement of the commercial banks. At some point in time, the development banks are not going to be able to provide all of the funding to do something like this. And that is going to require a conversation with all of the key stakeholders, including the commercial banks, to look at issues of risk allocation. I think the other two issues I'd highlight would be, it's very important to be aware of the challenges in integrating renewable energy generation into the grid alongside conventional sources. And it's also very important to make sure that we're not just focused on the generation side, but that we're also focused on the grid and on the distribution and transmission networks, and making sure that they are being developed at the same pace as the generation.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our contributor from BCG to comment on the Uzbek government's targets in the energy sector. What challenges do you see? How will we get there? What's your perspective on all this?
Thank you. So we see now, a lot of governments, they declared shift from carbon economy, from carbon generation to ESG economy. But what we see right now, there is some transformation period when you already decommissioning some capacities, but at the same time your demand is not like shifting, and the system itself is not stable. That's why I would add maybe some regional perspective to the discussion of Uzbekistan sustainable energy, because we believe that to make the system with a lot of alternative generation stable, you need to build bigger system, regional system with, for example, hydro capacities from Tajikistan to reduce the swings, so to make the system itself very stable. To require a lot of trans-government regulations, trans-cooperation, and also some new solutions from technical providers to really balance the whole system. So that's the important topic I would like to add, not to forget. That's the challenge for the system in a long term.
Tom, I can see you nodding. Would you like to add to this?
Yes, no, definitely, and what Igor was saying is very much right. In order to make the system, the power system in Uzbekistan, accept and absorb all the intermittent renewable energy, the PV systems, the wind project, it's very important to think over the entire, the entire system and the system integration, the grid integration, and indeed look into systems like power hydro storage, thinking of battery solutions, also looking into, and there are certain solutions that the Ministry of Energy is working on, like power peaker plants. We, as Aquapower, we are currently building a high efficiency, flexible 1,500 megawatt gas-fired power plant in Sirdarya, which is a project that also contributes, and it's a project that enables Uzbekistan to achieve its target in renewables, in intermittent renewables.
Thank you. Mr. Mirza Mahmudov, the country also has very ambitious targets when it comes to petrochemicals. So I think now is probably the right time for you to lay out, the for us and your objectives in this sector.
In petrochemicals or in energy? Well,
we have to address both today.
The main goal for all speakers which mentioned about sustainable energy, increasing the share of renewables, the main aim is to increase the volume of the natural gas, which we would direct for the further processing, rather than, of course, we will replace the old thermal power plants with the new generations, new efficient ones, which is being done in Surkhandarya, in Sirdarya, and others. But however, the main goal of the government is to increase processing of natural gas in added value. It's whether it's in chemicals, ammonia and further products. It's another thing. We're considering methanol and further olefins and other products. And so far, the target is to implement the really ambitious plans for more than $6 billion projects in this area. But together with this, I just want to mention that, for example, in chemical industry, we are in discussion right now with Siemens Energy, with EDF. We're planning to implement one of the first projects where all the projects which have being implemented so far, of course, independent power producers, which will be supplied to the national grid. But what we are doing with the Siemens will be where chemical industry, chemical cluster, which we are creating in Hawaii, would be the buyer of the power and the steam generated. And for that, yesterday we discussed the main technical parameters. It will be a combination of modern gas-fired turbines plus solar, 250, and also using of hydrogen, so that to make our chemicals green energy with reduced carbon footprint. And also there are other projects which we are working on, reduction of CO2 and others, definitely will achieve it. But the main goal so far is maximum utilization of natural gas for the petrochemicals, to have higher added value, to have creation of additional works. Just maybe you heard recently was signed agreement with the banks for the 1.1 billion for Uzbekistan for Shurtan gas expansion. There will be created 6 chemical clusters in Uzbekistan, more than 48 projects.
Thank you. Making petrochemicals greener, Prakesh, you know quite a lot about that, don't you? Indorama, the company you work for, has been in Uzbekistan since 2010, and you have invested a lot in making sure that petrochemicals and industry generally is greener.
Certainly, Shell. In fact, you know, we are a net consumer of electricity, and in many places in our operations we have captive generation capacities. But as the world's moving forward, and as the carbon footprint of anything that we do in life becomes more and more important, consumers are going to see a product that's coming out from a factory is made utilizing utility, whether it's a fossil-based electricity generation or a non-fossil based. So that's going to be a key factor going forward. You know, so obviously we are already seeing a lot of shift from you know, fossil to renewables, and I'm sure that will continue, because that's the right path for Uzbekistan, particularly also because when you talk about petrochemicals, and Uzbekistan is blessed with gas, but not as much with crude. So most of its petrochemical derivative has to come from gas. And gas has to be better utilized in terms of value add, instead of using it for pure power generation. So essentially from a sustainable perspective, it's very, very important for Uzbekistan that it has a big shift from using gas for power generation to using gas for petrochemicals. And that's a sustainable way of going forward. And I'm glad that a lot of efforts are being made on renewables. But to give the push to renewables, I think one factor which could become very important is to how do you engage consumers to be part of this renewable journey, renewable generation journey. And my thought would be that if large consumers of electricity in the country have an opportunity to produce renewables themselves. Now, obviously, they can't produce renewables and consume at the same place because it may not be practically feasible. But if the government can come out with a program to say that, yes, anyone who is a large consumer can produce, say, a solar energy or wind power energy in anywhere around the country which has the best possibility of generating in a most cost-efficient manner such energy, and be able to upload the electricity on the grid and download it where it's consuming and pay the grid a transmission charge. So that will automatically significantly enhance the renewable generation capacity in the country. And you'll be surprised that how many private sector will come forward, because today, if whatever I'm producing in the country, if I can go to my consumers and tell that, look, whatever I'm producing comes from a renewable energy. I may not be consuming the same renewable energy, but even in spite of that, if I have within my ability to demonstrate that I have actually produced that much of renewable energy, whatever I'm consuming, I'll have a leverage over my competition. So that's where I think we need to move forward, and that will automatically give a big push, you know, in enhancing the goal the country has moving towards renewables, and that's how. So this is very complementary. I mean, to move to a better carbon footprint, a better renewable structure, and that's the only way to sustain a petrochemical growth story in the country.
Thank you. First Deputy Minister, I'd like to go back to the skills, maybe the foreign skills and technology and finance support you will need to meet your objectives. Earlier we had Niall Hannigan mentioning the importance of working with commercial banks to deliver the vision as well. So tell us a bit more about that, please.
Well, of course, we do understand that without foreign expertise, experience, and technology, we won't be able to reach our ambitious goal by doubling our power generating capacities up to, until the year 2030. So, in order to reach that goal, government of Uzbekistan took an unprecedented decision to give opportunity to foreign private investors on PPP basis to develop power generation in our country. And there we're conducting buildings with, for instance, IFC on 1 gigawatt solar and 1.5 gigawatts traditional generation. As well as with Asian Development Bank, we are heading to make 1 gigawatt solar power stations, and with the European Development Bank, we are also dealing on wind generation, and we would like to reach capacity in this direction up to 1 gigawatt. So this is what we are doing right now.
You've mentioned PPP, and I'd like to ask maybe our contributors from the private sector, maybe Aqua and Siemens, to tell us about this framework, maybe the challenges and benefits of working with it.
Let me start. The PPP framework obviously is an extremely important framework in Uzbekistan in order to move forward on the public-private partnerships in the country. We've seen already, I would say, a large number of success stories in the PPP sector in Uzbekistan, both tendered and also directly negotiated deals. And whether there is some different frameworks in the country. There's a P law, there is a investment. At the end of the day, as investor, you look into the robustness of the structure that is in place. I would say that the structure that has been put in place in such a very short period of time, in a couple of years only, is really impressive. It's impressive because there is a robust regulatory framework. It's a credible regulatory framework. It's true that some adjustments are being made in order to make some changes to make it gradually improve the framework. There is a very robust contractual framework that we also see has been put in place by the PPP agency, by the Ministry of Energy, by the Ministry of Investments. A contractual framework that is based on best international practice, that is robust and can stand the stress, can stand some stress tests that may occur over time, because we all know, everybody is very happy with PPP project at the start of a project, but problems may arise, and you need to have that framework in place in order to be able to keep your project sustainable. Of course, the success of the PPP structure is also there because there is a real need for the infrastructure that is being built, and I'm talking now specifically of the power sector. There is a real need for the product or the service that we as Aqua Power and other power developers are offering, which is the electricity. That of course adds to the success, and we particularly see also that there is a real success of the PPP structure, which is reflected in the tariff, very competitive tariffs, which is reflected also by the fact that it attracts a large number of foreign investors, reputable foreign investors, and these foreign investors, they bring along international finance institutions, they bring along commercial banks, they bring along the World Bank. So it's a really credible structure that has been put in place.
Well, I think Tom has explained it very well. Let me just add on this topic is that the PPP is a partnership between the public and private. And that's where it all starts. And I've been in this business for more than 25 years, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that Uzbekistan is perhaps the fastest country I have seen adopting the PPP, right from where the lessons learned has been accumulated of the other experiences. It really started fast. It started on the right track. Tom explained how much it was attractive and brought the key players to the market. The projects that are being worked upon right now, and the Deputy Minister talked about numbers like 1.5 giga or 1 giga of solar. These are very big numbers. I mean, this is not normal. These are very, very big numbers. And it follows a little bit what you said, Prakash, because your thought is, of course, one way of doing it, but the other way is to scale matters, is really when you bring the key players in this market and they build 1 giga, 1.5 giga of wind or of solar, and then you start to see real impact on the tariff. And the final thing I want to say is the partnership is, for me, very evident because the government is present. Right? So when you are discussing these topics, when you are talking about the projects, when you go through the challenges, the government is very present. You see very good interaction, very good understanding of what the challenges are, and a real willingness to support and to resolve. And that's why I think companies like us and I mean, in the renewable, Aqua and Masdar are, I mean, the top tier, are present today and present in this market. So I want to commend the government for that, and we're looking forward to be also a key player in this journey of PPP.
Can I add a few words in this regard? Indeed, both of our partners, they commented and really gave a real evaluation of the work which has been done, because everybody must understand, of course, there might be made some mistakes, something wrong, but when they criticize, they have to take into account that, first of all, Minister of Energy was established only 2 years ago. So the new team from zero was establishing the system, establishing the team, working on the reforms. And at the same time, all those PPPs, whether it's in renewable, whether it's in the thermal power stations, Sirdarya, this Surkhandarya project and others, they were all going in parallel. It's a huge work. And at the same time, the PPP agency also was established from zero. It's real support from the, first of all, full support from the government, commitment of the teams, and I think this was the result achieving this. I mean, during such short period, it was not easy, and especially considering still the reforms are undergoing. We don't know, I mean, how and what to do. We're still working, changing a lot of things, reforming, transformation is undergoing, and during this period, to sign all those agreements, it wasn't easy.
It's quite something indeed. Tom, in advance of this conversation, we had a very short meeting where you shared some of the work you'd been doing here, just to talk about the speed at which things can happen here. Just to give an example, you signed a deal for a gas-fired power plant in Sirdarya. You signed it in March 2020. I'm sure you all remember that's when basically a lot the world was entering a lockdown as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So you signed a deal at possibly the worst time ever. Construction at the end of the year, and you will be up and running by the end of 2023. It's a 25 years project. It's not just a credit to obviously how you guys are delivering, but of course the Uzbek government as well. So can you tell us a bit more about how quickly things happen here?
Yeah, no, definitely, Charlotte. It was a very interesting, it was a very intensive journey. And as Mr. Jurabek just mentioned, the first time we came as Aqua Power to Uzbekistan was in April, May 2019. The Ministry of Energy was just established a couple of months before, I believe in the beginning of 2019. The teams were being put in place. Luckily, I think for the Minister of Energy, but also for us, because it's very important for us to always have a very smart counterpart that understands the business. So luckily for us, they were smart, they understand the business, they understand the PPP, they understood the need to implement this project fast track. There was a clear, I mean, that was part of the, and is still part of the transformation program. The ministry also hired the right advisors, particularly also the legal advisors, looked into what is the best international practice from the contractual framework also, and was ready to work day and night, right? And we had, I mean, in hindsight, when you sign a contract, it always looks like it has been a piece of cake, but it has very tough. We have been working day and night. We have been negotiating day and night for months until we were able to sign at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, in March 2020. As you correctly said, we brought the project to start of construction in the mid of the pandemic, also in the end of 2020. But that's again thanks to the proactiveness of the governmental entities, the Ministry of Energy, also the Minister of Investment, with whom we've signed the investment agreement, the grid operator, our counterpart, NEGU, the local authorities as well. So everybody has continued working despite the pandemic, despite the restrictions of the pandemic.
Igor, I have to ask you, as a partner for BCG, working hard to advise all the stakeholders here in Uzbekistan to deliver the country's vision. Do you ever sleep? How busy are you? Just to discuss, obviously, the speed at which things can happen here.
So I would say that currently we, at the beginning of the journey, we are focusing much more on generation, part of the value chain. So, but the biggest maybe effect will come from not only generation, but when this change will go through the value chain to transmitting to consumption. So, and now when you're managing a couple of mega projects like in Surkhandarya, so it's quite easier for the government to focus and to manually take this project and go to execution and support it from all points of view. But the biggest challenge will come when you try to implement the change on the rest of the economy, in the consumption sector, in grids, etc., etc. So to manage it, you cannot do it manually. You will need to introduce some regulations and market mechanism to manage this change. When you, for example, change prices for different consumers, so that's the biggest questions, because there are some trade-off between competition of your users of energy and the energy efficiency. So that I think that will, so we have a good speed, we have a good pace, but a lot of change on the consumption part of the value chain still needed to be kicked off.
Prakash, two things here. Transmission is also something we've discussed in advance of this meeting, and it's something that you're quite passionate about, in fact.
Certainly, in fact, Igor, you raised a very valid point. Sustainable consumption is so much more important than sustainable production. And I'll give you an example, and talking about PPP, and it's good that, and it's great to see that the government is moving in that direction as well. And, for example, there are about, as I understand, more than 1,000 pump stations which feeds into agricultural irrigation. And as you know, agriculture farming is a very significant contributor to the economy and a very important sector. And most of these pump stations are consuming power very, very inefficiently. And recently, the government started a PPP structure under which they're inviting private sector to work together to modernize these pump stations. And we have been part of some of these pump stations. And today they are so very inefficient because they are consuming so much more power. And just by modernizing, upgrading the whole pumping system, the power consumption could be reduced by half. So that kind of unsustainable power consumption is just not valid. It's just not, it's not sustainable. So that's very, very important, in my opinion, to move towards a sustainable power consumption. And this is just one example I'm giving. I mean, most of the industrial infrastructure, larger infrastructure are legacy of builds which has been 3 decades old or maybe more. And they are very inefficient. So there has to be a significant upgrading of all this to ensure that as we talk about sustainable generation, we also should not forget about sustainable consumption of energy. So that's the point which is very important in today's context.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we're going to go back on the topic of production. First Deputy Minister, what are your thoughts on the oil and gas sector and how it might develop some more value-added production and how tech and human capital and skills can apply to it?
My colleague, Mr. Mirza Mahmoudov, already mentioned some issues about this topic, but of course, yes, in Uzbekistan, we strongly believe that in every single sector, shifting from raw material expert to value-added experts is it's a key goal for us, and we aim to develop clusters and deepening the gas processing, as well as I would say that good example of that would be in the nearest already completed GTL plants, and that will start its full operation in the nearest future. As well as we committed to develop MTO cluster in Bukhara regions. So more or less, as Mr. Mahmoudov already mentioned, we want to decrease, we want to increase gas processing into something that will bring us more business. Thank you.
I just want to add, as Mr. Ahmed Hajayev mentioned, the goal of the government, all natural gas which will be produced in Uzbekistan to be consumed, processed fully in Uzbekistan. So not to sell as a raw material. Because to create a full value chain, whether it's in chemical, petrochemical, and also increase its efficiency in terms of power generation as well. In the plants for the energy production, fully replace all, as Mr. Prakash just mentioned, all units. It's related not only, you see, government is working in several directions. Of course, in generation, ambitious plans. It's gas-fired power stations, hydro, but for hydro we have a limitation. We can only double, but that's it. I mean, no more water resource. Then renewables, solar, wind, and the future we'll consider hydrogen, and definitely, as it was just one of our colleagues mentioned, integration with our region. I mean, we already working with our neighbor in Tajikistan to implement together as a pilot plant hydropower station jointly, to build together and operate together as a first step. Then to consider to go into more higher capacities. But also, we're working on increasing the efficiency of the using, as Prakash mentioned, all our plants, they're old. I mean, over some operating more than 50 years. I just tell you an example. The recent new units which we built in Navai, nitric acid production, and ammonia and urea which we built with Mitsubishi. I can see the Sanosan here. It helped to reduce, doubling the production at the plant. At the same time, reduced by twice consumption of natural gas and more than 8 times consumption of electricity. However, with the ambitious plans, I mean, if we want to process all natural gas, all other resources here, new productions, new industries, we expect that only for chemical and petrochemical clusters, with applying the latest technologies, consumption of electricity will more than triple. And that's where we need this sustainable production.
Karim, would you like to follow up on this? Sorry. Yeah.
I think we're talking here about the very important, and thank you, Prakash, for bringing this up. It's really the very important concept of sector coupling, where you are, going back to what Igor said, we are now looking at generation, but every bit of efficiency you improve there, every bit of the right mix between renewable, which is very important, but then the sustainability, but then the stability of the grid, the topic you mentioned, which is also very important because, I mean, 25% of renewables in this grid has not been seen before. So how the grid will react and so on. Every bit of efficiency is then reflecting itself in another industry. So you save more gas, you put it into the petrochemical. If we look at the panel before us, they were talking about the electric vehicles and how electrical vehicles would be, I mean, there's a factory here in Uzbekistan, there's an ambition worldwide that there will be electric vehicles. So you will consume more electricity, for sure. Yeah? And the consumption of this more electricity needs also to be done in an efficient way that you save also on the transportation. Transportation is the second sector that consumes energy and emits CO2. So I think the government, as you said, works in many directions, and I fully agree. It's the beginning of the journey, as you said. There is, as the journey develops, you really go into further avenues that presents itself with potential and opportunity.
Thank you. Igor, would you like to build up on this a little bit on the topic of efficiencies and modernizing?
Just a few things to mention that currently we have quite price inflexibility on power, on generation. But we see, as I said before, we see the biggest challenge how the government will manage this transition to market mechanism of pricing for power, for energy, for gas, for resources, in order to keep competitiveness of the country, not to, I would say, burden some industries like, for example, fertilizers, so with high prices of gas. So you need to really balance and understand all the value adds from incentives to be efficient, speed versus sustainability and competitiveness.
I'd like now to spend a bit more time maybe to talk about the potential here for the country to become a hub for fertilizers. Okay, would you like to tell us a bit more about your plans, your ambitions, and what's achievable?
Actually, we're already a hub for fertilizers, but Uzbekistan has its unique opportunity, one of the few countries where we have all three, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash fertilizers. And considering that, of course, just for the last 5 years, our production increased more than 3 times, efficiency increased, and of course, with the support of the government and with the recent projects, but also with the current market demand, we are in good position now, but which also creates a basis for the further development. We really want to increase using this opportunity, increase production of nitrogen fertilizers, but focus more on higher added values and to go more into complex fertilizers, NPKs. Actually, we have one project now we're doing with, I think, recently commissioned small unit in plant, Mr. Prakash, they did the modern plant, they did the modernization. Together with Indorama, we're going for the if we had a phosphoric production, now fertilizer production, now we're going into mine to have a full chain. So we are already in discussion right now. The decree is going through the relevant ministries. By the end of this year, we hope to finalize the deal and start the project together. This is one of the examples, but also private business is already doing projects. Firkenska company is modernizing Samarkand Kimyo in Samarkand, where they will be producing different fertilizers, and they will have also they have their own mine as well, using phosphate mines. And in Navai, we have plans in the chemical cluster to increase production of liquid water-soluble fertilizers, complex fertilizers, and one of our goals is to bring during the transformation with IFC, we're working right now on it. By the next month, we will announce start of privatization. Actually, it was started before, but we stopped last year. But I think it was a right decision, because if we would sell at that time, we would sell for less. But now it's a good time for bringing for privatization a nitrogen fertilizer production plant. Fergana Azot, one of our biggest, which is 1/3 of our production. And also, by the end of this year, once we finalize all this technical due diligence and other financial documents, bring in proper order, we will bring for privatization of Dehqanabad potash plant. So, why we're doing this? It's not only for the investment. We want investors to come so that they increase the efficiency of the plant, they increase the capacity of the plant, and by this, to become a really hub for the industry, first of all for the neighbors, but right now we're exporting our products to Southeast Asia, to Europe, Ukraine, China, Japan, Korea, and due to the market demand, even right now started to export to Africa and Brazil.
Prakash,
So
clearly
there
there's
is
an
a potential for that.
Absolutely, Prakash, you will agree, no doubt. Tell us a bit more about what you see here, but the challenges as well. Maybe let's have a realistic look at what can be achieved.
No, certainly, as Mr. Jurabek mentioned, Uzbekistan has a very sweet spot with all the three nutrient components, with the country is blessed with. And if you really look at it, no other country in the region is in a position to compete with Uzbekistan on that factor. And the more the country moves towards high value-added fertilizers like NPK, the competitive edge and the export potential of the country will enhance significantly. So, even though Uzbekistan is a double landlocked country, even though the cost of delivery to the ports is significantly higher, and that's why the need for very high value-add product becomes more and more important, and it will make any such project more and more feasible. And I think if everything is done in the right way, Uzbekistan can look at having markets all the way to the East Coast, selling products far up to China and beyond, and up to the West, putting its product to Europe and Africa as well. And we have done, for example, as Mr. Jurabek also mentioned about efficiencies that private sector investment would bring in. And that's exactly what we did when we bought over under privatization program a 1932 vintage plant in Kokand, which most of the people were of the view that we should get one big bulldozer and pull it down. And we said no. We believe in circularity of economy, optimal utilization of resources, and we brought in our team and we got it turned around. And today I would say with conviction that this is one of the best superphosphate plant in the world, which has the very high standard of health safety environment footprints, operational health safety footprints, and caters to emission norms which are higher or equal to the norms of World Bank or European Union. And today, and those are going to be very, very important. If you want to put your product in global market, the countries and the consumers will ask, how are your product produced? What are your emission norms? What's your carbon footprints and all that? And so we are positioning the country in a manner that we are ready to access market anywhere. So that's where, that's the direction the country should be having.
I just want to add to Prakash, knowing all the history of the project, how it was gone. Before until 2016, the policy of the government was not to give the major shareholding to foreign investors. So far in chemical industry, there was only one foreign investor, which is Maxam, having 49% in 2 our plants. So always it was like, oh, it's a strategic industry, something where right now, I am telling you, for example, Firgana Azot, we will put for sale 99.05 because, well, 0.95 is physical entities. And for the first time in the industry, privatization, which was done with the given fully to foreign investor was Kokand plant for Indarama. And many people in the company and some other conservative people were against it, like why and how. But with the numbers, with everything, when we presented to the government and we presented to the president, he looked much wider, much far away, and then he said, proceed. And we can see the result today. And this, I think, gave an impulse that right now interest to the chemical industry is growing because they start believe, they start that, and that's one of the reasons we are selling the majority of the shares to the foreign investors. Well, foreign or local, but whoever would be interested for private business, I would say, but mainly for the foreign investors.
Thank you. We have a few minutes left before we reach the end of the session. I'd like to invite maybe the participants, our audience, to ask some questions to our panelists before I invite them to share their final thoughts on our topic today. Please, sir. And can I please ask you to maybe stand up, introduce yourself, and ask a question as briefly as you can, of course. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Sorry, sir. We're going to hand you a microphone so we can hear you better. Thank you. When I forgot to say, you'll have to tell us who you'd like to address your question to. Thank you.
My name is Barry Wehack with Golden Horizon Exploration. My question is for Mr. Azim and Mr. Jervat. With all your plans for petrochemical production, when do you see Uzbekistan liberalizing gas pricing? And how will that affect gas pricing?
Liberalizing what?
Gas prices. Gas prices.
Gas prices.
I think.
Yeah.
I think this question is to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, actually, this is a matter of discussions with our colleagues from Ministry of Finance, as we are going to do some reforms in oil and gas sector towards liberalization and privatization, and of course that will demand making changes in the tariffs and the pricings. So we've already launched some drafts of the programs that we will be starting implementation next year. So I would ask you to be patient a little bit, yes, and give us some time, and the news yet to come very soon. Thank you.
The problem is we've told them that things can happen very quickly in this country. So here you go, bit of impatience maybe from from our audience.
Well, as Mr. Ahmed Khajaev just mentioned, definitely the liberalization of the gas and electricity, power, energy sector is undergoing. It will be, but I think Igor mentioned that it should be some kind of a balance. Why? Because in order to keep our other industries to be competitive, in order to bring investments in the sector, because Prakash mentioned that being a double landlocked country, sometimes the transportation cost of certain our products is even more than the cost of the product itself. That's why I think there should be a certain balance, which government, all the agencies, the international advisors, we are working all together to find a golden middle, something like this. Because if we don't liberalize that sector, of course, the private investments will not come to the power generation, to exploration of oil and gas as well.
Thank you. Any more questions from our audience? Please, sir.
Hello, my name is Timur Akhmedov. I'm with the local nonprofit Green Building Council of Uzbekistan. We talked about efficiency here, so the question is, do you think that demand management side should be a guide to the energy production, to the energy generation, and be more integrated rather than, you follow after a certain time, start work on efficiency, but like work together and even serve as a guide towards when and what sources we need to use to generate power?
Let me take that question. I think for sure it's a very interesting, it's particularly a very important question, but definitely, demand management needs to be closely linked to generation, and generation needs to be closely linked with the demand management. It goes hand in hand. It is something that we know that the grid operator today and the dispatch center are working on. There is the digitalization that is ongoing. And that I think that will speed up in the years to come. There is it needs to be fully integrated, and it's the only way that you will be able to link the enhanced efficiency of power consumption with the more interesting mix, I would say, that is coming on the power generation side.
Thank you. Any more questions? Before I ask you for final thoughts, like I said, I'd like to join Niall Hannigan, who must be feeling rather lonely online, for his thoughts after the discussion we've had today. Niall, are you still with us?
A number of my fellow panelists they've emphasised how important the public-private partnership model is, and they've also, I think Tom has mentioned how effectively the renewables programme is working at the moment in terms of the the access to new projects. And I think the primary reason that has happened is because it's been developed in collaboration. There's been a conversation between the development banks, the government, and the developers to ensure that what we're putting in place, particularly on the renewable side, is something that is sustainable and bankable. What I would say is that that conversation, I think, it cannot stop, and B, it will need to be broadened. I mean, I think that collaboration, we talked about the risk associated with integrating renewables into the grid, and the grid being able to accommodate the pace of growth that is coming. So I think that conversation needs to be broadened to include those responsible for the grid, to make sure that we are addressing those risks. And I think it will gradually need to be broadened to encompass, you know, the commercial banks and the credit institutes and credit agencies, to ensure that as the demand for capital grows, the ability for those banks and those institutions to participate will be there. So for me, it's very much, this is a collaboration. We've got to where we are today through collaboration, and that collaboration needs to continue, but the conversation needs to be broadened to include a wider group of people.
Thank you. Well, maybe that's a good way to conclude with, actually. What do you need to deliver this roadmap for a sustainable future in energy and petrochemicals? Collaboration, and maybe another key word from each one of you?
Maybe I start. I think my key word and my learning out of the experience I have in Pakistan, in Uzbekistan, is that we talked a lot about the details today, the details of how this PPP has been put in place and the sector coupling and so on. And there's also the dream, right? So the dream, there needs to be a vision of where we're going, why we're doing what we're doing, and then there needs to be the details. And I think what is really amazing in Uzbekistan is that you have the same level of intensity on the dream and the details. So there's a very clear vision from the leadership. It's communicated, it's known, and then there is a very effective working on the details, and that's why I'm so excited about the program, about my contribution.
Prakash.
I would only say that there's no looking back. You know, the path which the government has embarked on, it has to just keep moving. Not only that, it has to accelerate quite a bit. When you talk power generation, because even today the demand's outstripping the supply, and a lot of new capacities are only going to replace old capacities. So the net add-on still will be less. So you know, the acceleration has to be really very good, and there should be no looking back.
Onwards and upwards. Tom.
Definitely, I agree with Prakash. Transformation has been impressive. It needs to be further accelerated. In that further acceleration, I think it's very important to also concentrate on capacity building at different levels of government, national, regional, local. One, and two, very important is also skills development. That's for the power sector. I think that's for other sectors. Of course, in PPPs, the private partner is to be part of the solution also, and also has to make that effort. Thank you.
I also would like to suggest to keep the same pace in reforms, and to be so welcome for newcomers in the country, for new investors, participants, because actually the ecosystem of this sustainable energy sector is very large. Of very different participants could be invited here. So that's the great that the government is so welcome, inviting, so new players will bring capacity, competences, international experience, and access to new export markets.
First Deputy Minister.
Well, we strongly believe that the energy sector stands in the first row because everything, comes after us. So that is why we want to be very fast, very up to date, and there are a lot of things are now under the discussions, and a lot of things drafted already, and new decrees and new incentives and new rules of the games are just about to come. So I think that next year will be very sort of resultive and fruitful for the energy sector. And I believe that Uzbekistan will make a huge step ahead towards developing energy sector of Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Well, all of them mentioned, which I wanted to say, the speed. Definitely, we would like to keep the speed as fast as it's now, but in order to achieve, we are first of all open, we are flexible, we are ready to learn, we are ready to get the criticism optimized, but without losing the speed. And for this, I would like to ask for the commitment of all parties and trust in us. That's it.
Well, thank you very much. What a great discussion. That you can follow online at a later stage. Everything will be, of course, available on the platform of the forum. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the day.